What up? See who gets in here. Friday night, y'all. Oh, y'all say something.
Sign up, whatever, and I try to make a few $100. I'm trying to make $200-300 per day. If I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. Sometimes I make more. Sometimes I make nothing. The most I made, $100, 100 and change.
In one day?
Yeah, in one day. Yeah, I have videos, and it's not. It didn't happen.
My goal every day was $100, and then I seen somebody on YouTube say
$300. It's not a, it's just
wait a minute. I seen somebody on YouTube say they made $200 in a day, and it wasn't a special special day, one Christmas, was nothing special about that day. And I'm like, $200 in a day. I'm gonna see if I could go out there and do that. And I did it. And I made $200. But they did that in 14 hours. I did it in 8 hours. You know, everybody different. Everybody make money totally different. Everybody do stuff different.
Well, remember, it's always a machine. It's okay with it.
So random.
So somebody asked me a question. With the bearded DoorDasher on UDM, can you do 11 orders in 2 hours?
I don't know.
Again, most I've done in an hour is 4.
Even if Walmart sends you 11 orders and get
We got somebody in here. What's up, Mighty Heidi Dream Warrior? Yeah, it's 1:30 here.
I had to explain to Kanisha that you're coming from experience. This experience you have makes you think one way because it's been working for so long, right? So I'm not going to tell you that the information you have put out because of the experience you gained is wrong information. It's just like a few years ago. Do you
What's up, Cody? You what? What up?
Stop by to say hello. I just dropped out.
I can't hardly hear you.
You can't hear me.
You sound kind of low. Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, what's up, man?
How are you?
Pretty good.
Good.
I decided not to go to Atlanta tonight, so
Nice.
I made like 224 in 8 hours. So I've been listening to UDM while I was working tonight.
There's something going back and forth. I wonder. Oh. Okay, I think we're good now. I think I had 2 tabs open, is what happened.
Oh, were you echoing?
Yeah. You said you were listening to UDM.
Yeah.
Cool. How'd
I
that
had
go?
to come. That's the only reason I made this night. That woman's out of her damn mind. Just so you know,
Who?
that girl that's on there right now.
I don't know. Who are you talking about?
I think her name was
On UDM?
yeah, UDM's off stream.
Oh, I didn't even watch it. I can't watch that stuff anymore. Nothing against UDM. I just can't watch any of that garbage anymore. So
She was just talking about how she takes everything and she's a top dasher and that's the way she does it. And she was talking about you might take a 275 order and go up 12 flights of steps or some crap, or a $12 order and go up 12. You're stupid. Okay. I don't mean to be mean, but if anywhere that's got 12 flights of steps has an elevator, my fat ass ain't running up no flights of steps. I'm taking the elevator.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't want to do that. Fortunately, where we live, we don't really deal with that problem. Where we live, we don't. Can you hear me a little better? We don't
Yeah.
really deal with that problem where we live because we don't have high rises. You know, we have duplexes. You know,
Maybe she's trying to save from paying for a gym.
yeah,
don't know.
probably.
I don't know. She was loud. Nobody could get a word in edgewise.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
I was listening to her,
Yeah.
and the more she talked, the more I shook my head.
Well, here's the deal. Here's another perspective. So the economies they're drying up. The August job market wasn't what they thought it was going to be. Recession is heating up. There's going to be more job losses. So when Main Street jobs start to begin to dry up even more and pick up pace, less people are going to be on these apps, ordering. So, I mean, who's going to be the only people with the wheels turning? So I don't know if Top Dasher's the best thing necessarily, but I do know this. If things continue to spiral downward, the non-Top Dashers are not going to be getting on the platform as much. So it might be a good tool to keep.
No, it was just some of the stuff she was saying. Like, well, there was so much stuff I wanted to hit on that she was saying. It's like she's only been doing it like 7, 8 months, but she knows everything.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
and
But I mean, and I wouldn't say that she would know everything, but these gig apps, I mean, a fucking monkey can do it. So it's like,
it was like she
you
was
know,
saying. She was like saying the only thing, like, I'm sure you saw the two guys. I think they live in Vegas or something. That's been going to different channels, and
oh,
they were talking
let me
about their
find
career.
let me find my charger real quick. Hold on.
Dang. What's up, Emily? What's up, Autumn?
And y'all see
I'm
that
just
275
gonna say,
on there. I said, what is this?
down to yourself.
I was like, that makes sense.
All right, I'm back.
What's up? Yeah, I don't know. She was like talking about. I wanted to get on there, but I knew that I was going to get irritated, so I didn't. But
Who cares?
I think they're still talking right now. But she's
Let
talking
it, you
shit.
know,
She's talking
here's
shit
the-
like, like if you got peak pay from 7:30 to 9:30, hey, what's up, buddy? And they're only going to let you work until 9 because of peak pay. Well, it's kind of funny because you know what? I was scheduled till midnight tonight, and I had peak pay from 11:30 to 1:30, and it let me schedule till 3 a.m. And I'm not a top dasher.
Yeah.
So what is she
Yeah.
talking about? Yeah.
Who knows? They'll talk out their ass. Who cares? Don't
Okay.
just let them. They just worked how they want to work. Let them think what they want to think. You know, it's like a top dasher is not going to convince a diehard non-top dasher any more than the opposite's going to be true. So fuck them. Who cares? Fuck them. I don't care. You know.
He's got 121 people watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just sitting there listening to it while I was working. I was like, but dude, I did want to tell you, I thought I saw that Palin got out. I saw that like a few days ago.
I'm not surprised. She's not as well liked as people think around here. I mean, she was a thing 20 years ago. The only thing that shocked me was they elected a Democrat. That's the only thing that shocked me, but hey, oh well, you know.
Yeah, what kills me is they've been going like 4 hours about a $2.75 order. I'm like, is there anything else y'all can talk about?
I can't watch any of that garbage anymore. I'm like, let me tell you why I do gig work. I do it because I gotta get Autumn to and from treatment. You know, like I just what am I gonna do? You know what I mean? So it's like,
How's that going to work out when you start back at the prison?
I don't know yet. I'm still trying to figure that out. So there's some options, but it's not gonna be easy. So I don't know. I can only handle doing this crap for so long. You know, I can't. I mean, gig work is good. You can make some good money, but it's like I can't do this crap forever. You know, and I feel like I need to be doing something more fulfilling for me. You know,
All right,
so
family. Anybody wants to join up? It's pinned up top. Mighty Heidi.
But I just got to the point where I cannot.
Yeah, because I
I
know
just go out.
you were saying that if you went back to it, you don't know about all the time you got to take off to take her where she needs to go, and how are they going to be okay with that?
Yeah, yeah, it won't be easy. But we what I always say is you adapt and overcome. So it'll be all right. Um, so yeah, I just don't. It's like, yeah, like he was saying, same conversation every day about the same thing. Yeah, can only handle so much of that. It's like at the end of the day, you're just picking shit up and dropping it off. Like, uh, like I won't go over there and do it because but I just want to go over there and just be like, just shut the f up. Like, just pick your shit up, drop it it off, and just shut up. Like, fuck, you know. Like, I don't know. I just
I've been watching this shit, and
it's not even entertaining. It's draining. It's real draining. It's exhausting to watch and
they
listen
got that
to.
one. They got this one guy that's been in there the whole time. I think he said 2 words all the whole time.
Yeah.
He's just sitting there listening.
Someone will post like, "Oh, I did $1,200 last
Discord.
week,"
Which one it was?
and it's like,
Lord,
then you find out they worked like 90
Yes,
hours.
sir.
I'm like, dude, that sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I was on a roll. I bet you if I went Atlanta, I could have made between 350 and 4 today. But
Yeah. On Sundays, I can do. What was it? Last week and the week before, I cleared. Last week on a Sunday. Now, mind you, I don't do stupid hours. I don't do this 12 and 15-hour stuff. So I don't know. It was last Sunday. I did. How many hours did I do last Sunday?
what's up, Corey?
I don't remember. It was like 7 or 8. I did like 280, and then the Sunday before that, I did 300 and some change for like 9 hours. So I don't do that crazy ridiculous hours. You know, screw
Yeah,
that.
if I went to Atlanta, I could have made a lot more than that. But I was like, no, I'm gonna go home, do a live stream, talk to everybody.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about going out for a little while tomorrow before I go to my buddy's house.
Mm-hmm. I try to have a decent balance, right? Like the other day, I went out shooting, blasted some coconuts and some watermelons. You know, I guess if like you're working toward a goal, like I don't know, just whatever the thing is, you know, and you want to get there quickly, then yeah, I'm all for it if you got to put in an 80-hour week to fulfill it quicker. Sure, but just to be doing that like endless, it's just like
What's up, MK? How you doing? Y'all can get in on the conversation if y'all want to. I ain't moving up. I'm up to 45 subscribers.
there you go. I've got like 3.
You got more than 3.
I have 3. Most of mine come from the gun community. So earlier I was doing live stream and I had I don't know, not very many people, maybe 10, a dozen, but I was having internet connectivity problems. So I scrapped it. And then I restarted it and then did my thing, but I only had a couple people. Understandable because it's so late. And then I just wasn't, I don't know, I just kind of lost my fire. But had a troll. I was like, whatever, the troll's welcome too. You know? Give a shit.
Yeah, I know that one you were doing. I think it was where you had the moose way off that you were doing. You had to end up stopping it and come back because the internet issues is.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we're not doing that, Corey.
Gross. No. But here's the thing, I don't like, not to whip this dead horse, I want to talk about this, but like the top dasher thing, you don't have to take every order. I was top dasher for months in a row. I didn't take
Oh, that
every
was
order.
another thing she said.
I didn't come close to taking every order.
That's another thing she said. She said, well, the way the acceptance rate works is if you take an order and then you decline an order, you don't go up none. Well, that's common sense. But then she turns around and says, in order for you to get 1% of acceptance rating, you have to take 10 orders. I'm like, no, the fuck you don't. That's why I was just shaking my head while I was listening in the car.
Fucking gig workers. I'm like, I don't even admit it, like, to people. Or like, what do you do for work? I'm like, none of your fucking business. Like, I don't even admit it. Like, that's how personally ashamed I am. Like, I don't even admit it. You know? I just don't. I just make up some bullshit.
I was just like, hell, Bud Soda even left alive, so he got tired of it.
Well,
At 275, if you look at the chat, whatever you scroll on, people say, oh, all you're going to get is 275. Which is incorrect. I've got 275.
how to play videos and do commentary, and I finally figured it out.
Sometimes the miles don't always factor the hours, right? So what I'm saying is, when I did my video, I compared it to 275 and 975.
How many
Everybody's
times are you
all streaming late tonight.
How many times are you gonna keep saying the same crap over and over and over? I'm like, some people are just too stupid. They're not gonna get it. Like, why even try? Like, who cares?
Yeah, UDM, Mr. Flex are both still live streaming. Yes, Corey, they are still talking about that shit.
It's exhausting. It's like the
and
blind
miles,
leading
and I kept
retarded.
thinking minutes, you know. And so I'm like, well, I have seen it where I would get something that's 2 miles, but that would take me 10 minutes to get there. And I have seen something that
You hear how loud she is?
Who was that?
it's still gonna be, you know, the peak time. But miles don't. That's why I don't really trip off of miles like that. You gonna put miles on your car no matter what. That's how I looked at mine.
Now, a lot of people,
Yeah.
So we got fresh snow up in the mountains.
Oh, did you?
Oh yeah, it's white, it's thick, like it's up high, but it's coming. Today it was probably about a third of the way down.
Yeah, but your high over there is like 50 something degrees, ain't it?
Yeah, but I'm talking like up probably about 4,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah. See, while you're saying it's 53, it's hot as hell out here, we're like, it's 100, it's really hot.
Well, hey, I was just wearing like a zip up sweater and I was sweating, you know. So it's not gig drama. It's talking a little, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right, buddy?
There's just so much I want to say, but I just won't say it because I don't want to. I just don't want to. I don't want to like. I don't want to say something where it's like painting,
to keep it
like
up,
using a brush to paint everybody, you know. So I'm just keep my
It's
mouth
just,
shut.
I mean,
Okay.
who's excited for football season? There you go. I kind of want to see how our new quarterback does. Now they got rid of Matt Ryan. I mean, I can see us sitting here for 3 or 4 hours talking about bullshit. But how can you put that much time and effort talking about a $2.75 order? You know what I'm saying? I can see us bullshit for 3 or 4 hours about different things. But that shit just amazes me. I got tired of hearing it. I got it. I've got his and Flex's pulled up, and Flex is watching them on his stream.
Never mind. Tommy, stop. I don't want to. I gotta just keep my mouth shut. There's so much I want to. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Uh, I just find it hilarious. I mean, damn thing seems like it's getting louder and louder back there.
Turn it down a little more, Bill.
Want to see a short I posted earlier? Here, I'll pull it up. I figured out how to make these shorts. This is so fun. I've had so much fun doing this. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if it'll let me. I figured this trick out.
Is it the bikini and guns?
Yes. Check her out.
That's a super short.
Yeah.
What was that, like 8 or 9 seconds long?
Probably. But here's the thing. Watch. So here's what I figured out. They're fun to make. Like they're just fun. I just have fun with them. The good thing is you can use those and find like-minded people, and then they drive them to your channel and you can find subscribers that way. It's kind of like throwing a fishing line out there and see who bites and reel them in.
I live in Georgia, MK. I ain't never been to Canada. I wanted to go back when I was in high school because my French class was going to go up there, but I didn't have $2,000 to go.
There's a lot of Canadian planes, military planes here.
I'll be right
See
back.
'em. What the fuck? Oh shit! Ow! Fire! I had to turn that down. Fire! Fire! Go moose hunting with that.
Oh, fuck. Oh, he'll come back. Yeah, I wouldn't mind coming up Canada. That'd be cool. Welcome back. I don't know. What are you playing, Ryan?
Nothing worth mentioning.
Well, they were asking what you're playing.
That's just nothing worth mentioning.
He said nothing worth mentioning, but he puts a lot of time in it.
Cool.
I wouldn't say a lot of time. It's not like I've been playing.
I love the snow. Okay. I don't know what he means by that. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'd like to come visit Canada, but I think you got to take that thing, and I ain't doing it. So
Yeah, I think so.
no, dude. I was trying to get that thing off the screen.
Yeah.
And when I tried to kick him out, it took both of y'all out for some reason. I was like, "Fuck, where did he go?"
Got 86. It's all right.
Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I ain't.
Yeah.
I gotta go. If anywhere I gotta go that requires that, I ain't going.
Yeah, we had it and we all fine.
Hell, that's why my wife quit her job.
Oh yeah. Why?
Because they didn't require her to take it, but if she wasn't going to take it, then she would have to go every Saturday and have a test done. And then if it came back on Monday, she could go to work. But if the test didn't come back till Wednesday, she could only work Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And then she had to go get a test done again Saturday. I said, "You're not doing that shit." I said, tell them to shove that job up their ass.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. There's plenty of jobs out there that don't play those games and don't require it. And if all else fails, you just go drive for DoorDash, you know.
Yeah, she started doing Uber Eats. She didn't like DoorDash.
What did Body ask? Oh, is guns and outdoors your true? Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know why I did the gig shit. I think I only did it because I was out and about all the time, and I just thought I'd give YouTube a test run just to try it for fun because I see everybody posting all this stuff about gig work, you know. So I was like, cool. No one in Alaska is doing it, so I'm
You
gonna
had
do
to
it.
show me that because I don't believe that.
And then
I would believe
anyway,
that.
you know where that all went.
24 hours.
So then I was like, you know what? And then you know what I did? I was dabbling with outdoors and guns here and there with the gig stuff. And then here's what happened. I started getting my channel started to grow on that, but it was lagging on the gig side. And then when all that garbage happened on the gig side, it just fell like totally flat on his face. I was like, all right, screw these people. So then I just switched over to just outdoors and guns. And then it just kind of like blew up. Like, I don't know. I don't even really know. But the last 2 days, I think I've had like 70,000 views. And then it just reels a bunch of subs in. I keep doing videos on that. Then I like them a lot. You seem happier. Yeah, I am. And yeah, it's just so much fun because it feels more natural. Because it feels more natural for me.
I mean, who don't like watching you blow shit up with a bullet? I mean,
Hey, I'm gonna go to Sportsman's and buy some tannerite. I'm gonna go buy some tannerite and smack it with a Full Metal Jacket 10mm. I'm gonna probably go do that like next week.
there we go. That looks better.
Go get some. Just make a little. Y'all should do a live one dashing. I like to see the. No, no, nope. I already did all that. I
did a live the other night when I was working. Okay. I was in Atlanta. That's what I think I'm gonna start doing. Is like start a live before I head to Atlanta. I'd rather do that anyway. That way, like if I get jacked or some shit or somebody shoots my ass, somebody on the live can say, "Hey, he's in Atlanta, Georgia. Here's his number. GPS that shit. Go find him."
it'd be funny. Blow up some pumpkins for Halloween. That's a good idea. I'm gonna do that. They're cheaper than watermelons. You know those watermelons cost like $9. Oh, no, they were more than that. That largest watermelon was like $13.
Which would have been about 6 or 7 over here.
So that stuff that I shot between the ammo and the coconut and all that stuff was about $80 up here. Gone in 30 minutes.
I don't know. I usually try to. Go on live about 12 Eastern.
Yeah. Trolls stalking you. Shoot some trolls. No.
Oh, stalking me down in Atlanta.
That's about right. What's up? Who's here?
We
Being a DoorDasher in Cleveland.
Oh God, I heard that horrible word DoorDash. I'm like, oh.
I'm sorry for the last name butcher.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I mean, I'm just down there working, so I don't think people's really going to mess with me that much. I mean, there's a bunch of people doing it.
You never know.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that one time, but it's like I'll take some of them cash on delivery orders from Papa John's. I don't take none after dark.
I've never taken one of those. I've only been offered those like 3 times, and I've never taken one.
I do if it's over a certain amount.
Yeah.
Because obviously, if it's $15, $18, $20 worth of food, they're going to give you $2. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But I took one. It was like $54 worth of food, I think. So I took it because you can look at it and then get rid of it and it don't go against you, supposedly. Well, it was like $54 something, so I went and got it, took it. They gave me $5.50 and he gave me like $5. So I got $10.50 out of it.
Yeah.
I'm not taking no $15, $18, $20 pizza order. Because hell, you could get one large Papa John's pizza and be $20.
So, what happens when someone wants to pay you with $100 bill? You know, that would be my luck. I show up, sucker's got 100 or even like a $50 bill, and then and then what? Well, I can't break any. I don't have change.
Well, see, I don't like when I do it. Like if I take the order, I'll turn around and text them. I'll be like, "Do I need to bring cash with me?" And the 3 or 4 times that I've done it, they're like, "No, we're good."
I never have cash, and if I do, it's like $5 or something. Like I just never have any cash.
Yeah, I like Megan Risman too.
Sorry.
But she don't post as much as she used to.
Because she's smart.
Well, she's down in Vegas too.
Yeah.
But that's another thing is like when I go down to Atlanta, homeless people always ask for money. I'm like, I don't have cash. I don't carry cash. Leave me alone.
Yeah.
One of them pissed me off one night because it was the same person. I seen him 3 times the same night. And I told him I don't have cash. He said, "You got a cigarette?" They asked me 3 different times that night for a cigarette. Finally, third time, I said, "Nope, sure don't." Had a whole carton sitting right there. So you're like, "You ain't got a cigarette?" I said, "No, I don't." They turned and walked off. I lit one up.
Wow. My phone is really quiet now that I got rid of all the gig tubers on my feed. Like my shit's quiet now. I'm like, this is great.
Oh,
So
you just
start accepting.
You just unsubscribed from them?
Oh God, yeah, I purged that shit like a bad habit. I like took a big old
Dude. You know what? It's funny you say that shit because I had this guy. I was trying to be nice, you know. I had a little money in my Cash App. I told this guy, I said, "I don't carry no cash on me." He said, "Well, I got Cash App." I was like, "Okay." So I put the Cash App in trying to be nice. I sent him $4. Just trying to be nice. About 4 days later, I look on my Cash App. This dumbass turned around and requested $15 from me. I blocked his ass.
What a dick. Cash crap. Soon
Yeah, I
we'll
have
start.
Cash App, I have PayPal, I have Venmo, I have all that.
Yeah. Shit. I don't have any of that stuff. I just look. I got a debit card, and that's about it.
Yeah, well, see, like people that can't like get a bank account, they use the Cash App because they get a card with it. You know, what are you laughing about? And like kids can get a Cash App account, so
I just had a horrible idea for. I never
and,
mind. Here.
and not to mention also that's why I want to live stream downtown and show y'all. There's this one guy that stands in the middle of the street with a card, not cardboard, but like a construction paper sign, and it has his Cash App information on it.
I sent you a message because I didn't want to say it.
Okay.
I
Yeah, buddy, but I saw a lot of stuff about when
I don't know. I had to.
uh, just in general.
Yeah. Just having this stupid Sunday fun day. Just get on the mic and just right to the mic. As soon as it let me in, put Pedro's face right on the thing, make a stupid account, and then put. All right.
Yeah, well, see, I've noticed, like, I've watched a bunch of stuff on homeless people, and a lot of them can't go get a job because they're hooked on drugs.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally watched one show, I think it was called Drugs Inc.,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it showed people, homeless people, getting up and they're just shaking because they can't, and they'll go out there and make $10, $20 and go straight to the drug dealer just to get their shit so they can function.
Mm-hmm.
And you can always tell which ones they are. They're the ones on the side of the road that look like they got mental issues, screaming, yelling at themselves.
Yeah.
I saw one out there today, right here in my market, because we got a bunch of homeless people out here. I ain't got to go to land and find them. He's literally walking in the middle of the road in circles, screaming at himself. I'm like, dude, you're gonna get hit. Get out of the fucking road.
Yeah. They
Yeah,
do
but a
the
lot
same
of them
thing
are
here.
so bad on a lot of them are so bad on drugs they can't get a job.
Yeah.
It's like I know this homeless couple. I used to work with her. Apparently, they got together, and because she wasn't homeless, she left the guy that she was with to go stay with this homeless guy.
Oh, cool.
Well,
What a
now they're
winner.
both homeless, and it's like anything. It's like anything that happens to them in their world, their life, it's never their fault. You know, it's like
Remember?
they'll be working somewhere. Well, I don't work there no more. Why? Oh, my boss was an asshole. This.
Right.
You know, where are you living at? Well, we're not living there no more because this guy did this, and this. It's never anything that they're doing. It's always everybody else. I'm like, after
Always.
you see this pattern of why you're losing jobs, why you have nowhere to stay, but you
Yeah.
don't see that you might be the issue. I mean,
It's like my ex-wife. She's always like, "Oh, I'm broke. I ain't got no money." And I'm like, yeah. Well, that's your problem. And then get this. So she'll complain, "Oh, I'm broke. I'm this. I'm that. You know, I've got to." She'll be like, "I'm trying to figure out how to pay my power bill," and I'm like, "Okay, well, you know." Then she'll have new fingernails. So I'm like, "That's not cheap. So where'd you get the money?" Like, okay, so last month, August. So, for example, she tells me, she's like, oh, she goes, the same old thing, like, oh, I'm trying to figure out how to, pay my power bill and my rent's almost due. So then she's basically, hinting around, you know,
Hey, MK, limitless MMA is a real big gambler.
so she'll do is she'll hint around, like like if I'll send her child support money early. I'm like, no, I send it in on the 15th of every month, all in one whack. I don't stretch it out. I just send it all at once, right? So she gets her money, like clockwork every month, and then she turns around a couple days later after I know she receives it, and then she's got a new set of acrylic nails on her hands, and she's showing me, like, I'm trying to do FaceTime with my little ones, and then she's there showing me, and I'm like, I don't care about that, but I know where you got the money to do it.
Well, maybe she's just wanting to show off the nails that you bought her.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. One time, so she knows I have a YouTube channel, and she'd ask me like, "Oh, well, the kids saw your channel." I'm like, "All right, cool, whatever." And she's like, "So, where did you get the money for a 10 millimeter?" I'm like, none of your fucking business, because it's none of her
Right.
business. I work, and my child support's paid every month, faithfully, like clockwork. So I'm like, none of your fucking business. It's not like I owe her money, or but I'm out buying guns and ammo and shit. Like, it's none of your fucking business.
I mean, you're a grown
So
man. As long as your shit's paid, who cares what you got? I mean,
yeah, I'm like, it's none of your business.
she's probably one of them that said, "Oh well, you could have gave me more money for the kids instead of buying that gun."
Probably. She didn't say that, but probably. It's like, hey, well, you get what the court forces me to give you, and we know that a substantial portion of that money does not benefit the kids. So
Right.
it doesn't. That's a
Most of
whole.
the
I
time,
mean, that's
most time it never does. So
no. So that's why I know. Like, I just here's the thing, right? So she was angry. You could tell she was angry. You could just feel the anger, and she was like, because she gets paid every month, and I have all my little pew pews and our fun. And my wife and I traveled down to the States, to go see the kids. And she's like, she's thinking like, how can you afford to pay me and do all that? It's like, well, we're not stupid with money, we're smart. So she sits there with kids and staring at the walls, and a bunch of endless stream of stranger boyfriends coming in all the time. It's like, so I just sit back and I'm like, oh God, no.
you see
Are they
that shit?
still going?
Yes, he is.
No, they're not. Really?
He is.
Why?
I got to figure out how to get it off here. Oh, there it is. I just want to show you they're still going. He is anyway.
Can't do it. Can't do it.
Question. It's a recommendation. All right? Always keep that in mind.
Want to see something cool?
Yeah. So, Bodymore, what do you think about our? How do you think our new quarterback's going to do, as opposed to Matty Ice?
So, so this is Autumn's custom holster for her 10 millimeter for Springfield, and this is all handmade. This was made from a gun tuber called the Turkey's Opinion, and he's based in Ohio. And he made this, so it's Kydex, and it is handmade, handcrafted leather with these Chicago screws. Pretty dang cool. So you have this hybrid leather with the Kydex.
What's that on the front?
What?
That stuff you were tapping. It sounded hard as
Kydex.
hell.
It's like it's a molded plastic. It's called Kydex. A molded plastic called Kydex.
Okay. I knew it sounded pretty hard.
And then the firearm fits in there very nicely. It doesn't slip out. I mean, you gotta pull straight up to get it out because it just clicks in, and then hard to tell, but it's it molds. So when you got it looped in, it'll twist. So it's real wide, so it's good for Autumn's hip because she's got a really bony hip. And so, the chest rig. Yeah, I'll go grab that. Hold on. I'll show you a little closer. Right back.
While he does that, I'm going to grab a beer.
So, yeah, this is also made with Kydex. So, and so this company locally called GS makes these holsters right here locally. So these are made locally here in Wasilla, and you can go on their website, gsholsters.com, and order stuff and have it shipped wherever.
And ain't that the one you were wearing that day when you just pulled it out and started shooting?
Yeah, and it's just really a good spot, because like you're carrying a backpack, it's not in the way. When you get the hip support, like on my pack, on one of my packs, so it's like it instead of having a firearm down your hip, or if you're like say you go fishing and you're wearing layers, you can have it all up here. There's just like a million reasons, It's way cool. I can throw it on, and I can, oddly enough, my 9 millimeter handgun block fits in there, and I can just zip a sweater up over it, and you don't even know it's there. And here's the deal: this company GS sells these things for like $80, right? But the leading company that makes these things, the Kenai brand, the Kenai chest holster, they sell them for like $150, and then some of them in this other brand is selling for even more than that, like $200. But for $80, that thing is badass. Yeah, I love that thing. You just keep it up high. I mean, what if you fall backwards? What if you fall backwards? I mean, I guess you could counter argument. Well, you could always fall forward too. I mean, sure, but the thing is, it's right here, right? So if you fall backwards, even forward or sideways, the natural human position, like if you're being attacked and you're down on the ground, maybe a animal attack, right? Just get in the fetal position, but maybe while you're here, in the fetal position, you could still grab and then prevent, versus way down here on your hip or sideways, right? So I think I'm thought with that too.
Does anybody wear those like the detectives used to wear back in the day, where it went around and it was always on the side?
Do what?
Like it went around your body, but it was always holstered on your side, like right there where
Oh,
your
a
back.
shoulder holster. Yeah, I have one of those too. And then it turns into a cross draw. But there's a lot of problems with cross draw. So I have a shoulder holster, but I'm not really liking it. So I haven't been. Okay. So I like the idea of how it carries. I don't like the draw. So that's the reason why I haven't really been carrying it. And right, most people don't expect a draw from the chest. No, most people think you're going to go down somewhere around your hip or like pull from the appendix or something.
Well, I thought he wanted to talk football, but body didn't make no response. So
I don't know jack about football. Well, I am craving pizza. I'm not sure why. Yeah, this is really weird. I wanted pizza the other night, so I got pizza the other night. And now I want pizza again. And we don't have
I
any
don't, even,
pizza.
I don't even know his name, body. I just know we got a new quarterback. How you think he'll do? Yeah, I don't know. I used to cook on the grill a lot,
Yeah.
but then when groceries started going up, hell, these days it's just as cheap to eat out as it is to go buy groceries, damn near. So I woke up, I was wanting some damn pork chops, so we went and got pork chops.
Yeah. God, I'm craving pizza. Autumn, do you want some pizza? No? Damn. I was hoping she'd say yes.
You always put in the refrigerator and eat it cold; it's just as good.
Right now.
Chicken and pizza, that's the two best things cold.
Yeah. My nose itches.
No, buddy, Atlanta ain't my favorite team. I don't know that I really have a favorite team anymore since they got rid of my quarterbacks. Then again, be honest, I ain't really watched a whole lot of football in a few years. So I used to watch it every Sunday, all day long.
There was a motorcycler up here a couple days ago. He was running from the police, so he was going over 100 on his bike, and he hit a moose and he died. Can you fucking imagine?
And it wasn't the moose that killed him; it was that sudden stop.
Can you imagine what the guy must have thought in that final moment? And the moose
Yeah, I
was
don't-
like, "What the hell?"
I don't
And
watch
the
college
cop.
football at all. Well, I watch some. I mean, like I watch it every now and then, but it's like we went and watched the what was it last year? We watched the Georgia Bulldogs beat Alabama. I'm just saying I can understand.
Yeah, definitely game over. Yeah.
I mean, I get like okay, if you're running from the cops doing over 100 miles an hour, I understand that moose is going to come really fast, but that big motherfucker ain't moving. You don't think you go around him? I mean,
No.
I know if you saw a
Yeah.
car, I know if you see a car in front of you and you're doing 100 miles an hour, you're not going to run in that fucking car.
No.
So why? I mean, the moose didn't just run in your way. They don't run. I mean, they're not moving that fast. Yeah.
Sometimes, but yeah.
It's like hitting a cow in the middle of the road standing still. Yeah. I'm just saying. I mean, he probably deserved what he got, not to be mean, but
Yeah, fuck it.
you're already running from the cops. You couldn't see a big ass moose in there. I mean, I'm sure you
Probably
took
not
up.
because, well, the problem is they blend in so well. Like they'll be in the woods and you don't know that they're literally right there. It's the wildest thing to see a 1,400-pound moose just walk just into the tree line and then you don't see them, and they're huge. It's weird, and they are kind of quick. They can be kind of quick. Yeah, they're quick.
You know, they've been doing a lot of construction over here where I live.
Yeah.
This is probably the first summer, and it was been 100+ degrees some days. I've seen more deer this summer, I guess, because they're getting ran out of the woods during the summer than I did last winter.
I hit a deer one time when I was in Idaho with a Toyota Scion, and the deer got effed up. But the Scion, the only thing that happened was this stupid emblem on the front popped out. There was literally no other damage on the little car. The deer was done though. I was going like 50.
My wife hit a deer. She had a 2010 Honda Civic,
Yeah.
and it was like a Friday night. We just got through eating. I was going to work. She called me, said she hit a deer, and literally, she said the deer started coming at her.
Yeah, I believe it.
And hit her, and it was funny because it didn't really do nothing to the motor or anything. It busted the radiator and it popped the hood up.
Wow.
Like perfectly, so it didn't damage the motor or nothing. if it wouldn't hit the radiator, she could have probably drove it home. But they ended up totaling it. But she was like, I got there. I was like, "Where's the deer at?" She said, "The damn thing hit me and it jumped up and ran off."
Like guerrilla warfare.
I said, "That must have been a good big old deer." She said, "Yeah, it was pretty big."
A sneak attack, a hit and run.
Yeah, because I got there, I figured I was going to see a deer laying on the ground or on the hood or something.
It's like my ex-wife. She hit my wallet and run. Guerrilla warfare on my wallet. Did I ever tell you my joke about a ghost? Did I tell you my joke about a ghost?
You might have. I don't remember.
The goat? About the goat?
Huh?
The ghost?
I don't know.
I never told you my ghost joke? Okay. So there's this teacher in college, and he's teaching this class about like spirits and ghosts or some crap. He's got like 20 students in the class. And he goes and he says he's like, "All right, guys, of everybody in here, who's all seen a ghost?" And like all 20 hands goes up. And then he goes, "Okay." He goes, "I'm 37." He goes, "All right. How many of you have ever talked to a ghost?" And then all of a sudden, there's like 10 hands that goes up, and he's like, "Okay, that's about normal." And he goes, "All right. How many of you ever touched a ghost?" And a couple more, like a couple hands goes up, and he's like, "All right, this is pretty average." He's like, "There's one question I really want to ask. I've been wanting to ask this question for years, but I'm going to finally ask it." He goes, "How many of you in this class have ever had sex with a ghost?" And like one hand in the far back of the classroom goes up. He's like, "What the hell?" He's like, "Come up here. Tell us your experience. We got to hear this. Come on up to the front of the class." So the guy's like, "Oh," from the back of the classroom. He's like, "Oh, okay." So he just goes walking up there, and the teacher's like, "Well, go on with it." He's like, "Tell us about your experience of having sex with a ghost." And he goes, "Ghost? Oh man, I thought you said goat."
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I do remember that one. Well, that's just as bad.
Yeah, gross. Stupid ghosts and goats. Some dude in the back of the classroom not listening. I thought you said goat.
One says ew, the other one laughs. Yeah, we got twisted sense of humors, I guess.
Yeah. Better than talking about stupid DoorDash. How many orders do you take? Do you take these kind? How much do you make in a week? How many hours do you work? Is that active time or is that dash time? What channels are you subscribed to? Oh, you can't watch those channels. Are you subscribed to my channel? Do you have the Duh app? You don't have the Duh app? Are you part of Solo? I'm just kidding. I'm making fun of him. Man, my allergies or something must be on. My nose itches and my eyes itch. Maybe I got a bad batch of cocaine. I don't know. Fuck.
But watch out, you be out there with them homeless people. What's up,
God,
bud?
no. No, not anymore. No. No more gig work, please. She seems so nice. Not sure what's bad about it. What are we
Who you
talking
talking
about?
about, buddy?
What? Oh,
Yeah,
Lisa. Why
bud.
are people?
But I was gonna go to Atlanta, but I was like, you know what? I gotta come back.
Oh,
I
I
gotta
missed that.
talk.
What? Who? What are you talking about, Lisa? I'm confused.
I know. He said she seems so nice. Not sure what's bad about her.
I don't know. I didn't say. I didn't talk about Lisa. I didn't say nothing. I don't.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, people making video. Yeah, there's.
About who?
Oh, I don't want to get into it. Yeah, it's.
Okay, I'm lost. Anyway, continue.
Oh no, I didn't notice.
Yeah, bud. I think this is gonna be a good weekend all the way around. I kind of
Do you,
worried about it because um, with it being like the last blast of summer, I thought everybody would be cooking out and stuff. But I had a really good night tonight. Yeah, bud, I'm totally lost on whatever y'all were talking about. But anyway, I guess it don't matter. But yeah, with this weekend starting out as good as it did,
mm-hmm.
I kind of want to work Monday just to kind of fill it out to see exactly how good or bad it's going to be.
Yeah, I. Yeah, it's busy here. Uh, we did really
We'll see.
well.
Well, see, I
I
worked
always do good.
like I wasn't even going to work Christmas Eve, but I just went out to see what was going on. I was only out from like 4 to 8, and in 4 hours I made like $260 something. It was ridiculous
Mm-hmm.
because I figured everybody'd be cooking dinner and all that stuff. And the only reason why I quit working at 8 o'clock is because everything started closing.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
Yeah, see, I thought this weekend was going to suck because, like I said, it's supposed to be the last blast of summer and the last holiday of summer. So I figured everybody'd be cooking out and whatever. I mean, hell, it don't matter to me if I'm gonna cook on the grill. I don't care if it's 85 or 35. I'll
it'll
still put it
probably
on the
be
top.
so. I mean, if there's gonna be a Labor Day slowdown, it's probably gonna be like I don't know. I can't even. I don't know. I can't even speculate. If I had to take a guess, I'd say maybe Saturday or Sunday would be the slow day because people are going to gather. Monday might be busy because people are traveling home. They don't want to cook. So Monday might be a good delivery day. I don't even know. I don't even try to think about it. Like it's overthinking it. I just turn the shit on. If I'm busy, I'm busy. If I'm not, then I just go do something else. Like I just
That's
because
why I
it's
said I'm just gonna go out Monday, and if it's slow as shit, I'll just cut it off and come home and maybe
yeah,
go get something, throw it on the grill.
yeah. I just if you just overthink it, it's like Sundays, right? Like I generally always do really well on a Sunday, you know. Um, Tuesdays I generally do not do very well, so I don't work on Tuesdays. I've had like one time I worked. I don't even know why I did this. One time I was a Tuesday. I turned on DoorDash. Right. I was like, Tuesdays are always garbage, and I had a Tuesday that was just as good as a Friday night. Why? I don't know. Don't know. It's never happened since. Don't know. No explanation. I just quit it.
I want to ask y'all, because I used to do alcohol deliveries, but then they became a big pain in the ass because the scan thing never worked and all this shit. So I quit doing them. Well, today I got a double stack. One of them was Wendy's, and one of them was uh, bottle of Hypnotic.
Yeah.
So I took it. I said, "What the hell?" So I took it. I thought I saw something about DoorDash was supposed to be. This is like 4, 5, 6 months ago that they were supposed to be integrating something to where when they ordered alcohol, they already had to submit a picture of their license to where we would have to go through all that bullshit. But they've never integrated it. So like today when I got there, I had to scan like their ID, but it actually worked this time. So
I can't tell you. I don't do alcohol. It's illegal in Alaska.
well,
It's
see, I
illegal.
mean, like I said, I was doing it, but the scanner thing never worked. I was always having to put in the birth dates and all that shit. Today it wasn't that bad, but it would be so much easier if they would integrate it like they said they were going to do. So they have a copy of their license, they know they're old enough, and all we got to do is walk up and hand it to them.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can't leave it at the door because some kid might run over and grab it, but we can just walk up and hand it to them. Thank you. You know,
I got offered money to deliver cigarettes to somebody. Like the moron texted me through the DoorDash app and was like, offered me $20 to pick him up a pack of cigarettes. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. So here's the thing: in Alaska, it is illegal to dispense alcohol or tobacco products as a courier unless you have the proper certifications and the licensing and the insurance on file with the state. So I don't mess with any of it. But if someone theoretically, say, wanted to do that outside of the app, then at that point it'd be really no different than you running like your next door neighbor doing you a favor, right? But this state has this weird, stupid technicality where you have to have this. It's basically like a licensing, and I'm like, I'm just not going through all of that, you know. So,
A lot of states now want the scanning of IDs. This is applying to everyone, including gig apps. Like, they started it here in New York in the late 2000s. They wanted every store to have like an 80% rate of scanning, which, like in my area, I used to work convenience stores around here for Drum. 90% of the guys are just going to show you their military ID. They never scan. Or it'll be a state ID that the POS system will either freak out on or not recognize or crash. And we had to call support a lot, and that cost the company money, and they freaked out on us for that. It's like, honestly, I don't like the scanning thing because all that does, 9 out of 10 times I go to buy alcohol, no one even looks at the damn birthday or my picture. They just flip it over, scan it, Send me out the door. You know how easy it would be for a minor to use a brother or sister's date, where maybe you see their picture for half a second, and oh, it's a girl. Okay. Oh, it's a boy. Boom. Come on. I think it makes it easier for minors to buy.
And see, here's the thing that really got me was I don't even understand why it accepted his ID. Okay, because the person that ordered it was named Beverly, which was probably his wife. But he come to the door and handed me his ID. I scanned it and it accepted it.
Yeah, it could be another person as long as it's a valid age. That's all that matters. I've done that a lot with families. You know, use your judgment call on that, but protect yourself. You know, if it's a freaking giant ass party and some random person walks up to you saying, "I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable. I'm returning this." Just say you're returning it. It's disposed of now, but you know, AKA you get to keep it, but you have to go through a hassle of support. I'm pretty sure of it. Saying, "Hey, as a third-party sale, I'm pretty sure it was going to a minor. Some minor was going to consume it, so I didn't feel comfortable selling it."
I was actually more
And if they give
irritated
you
about
crap about it, just say, "Hey, Google my state laws on third-party sales," because I've had to do that twice. And they Googled it, and yeah, immediately they were on my side. At first, like I was on with one support agent, then immediately another support agent called me because the customer's pissed off. I didn't give them their alcohol. And the second one, as soon as I said Google the law for your state and look up the third-party sales or whatever statute you want to, you know, intoxicated or insert the reason here. Really, most states have a catch-all where it could be any reason. You just don't feel comfortable. You're protected, and they will side with you. Because instantly his tone changed, and they sided with me, saying, "Okay, you're good. Go return." At the time, I had to go return it to the store, but the return pay was like $15 freaking.
So
apparently, the guy did tip well. And on DD, they can't play games with you and freaking yank the tip out underneath you. It explicitly says when you order alcohol, this is non-refundable, only under very extreme circumstances. I guess the guy who was a dick to me got the very extreme circumstances bullshit.
all right, cool. So here's the deal.
But
So
ahead.
here in Alaska, it literally says, so third-party delivery service like DoorDash or Uber Eats may not deliver alcohol. Alcohol deliveries are limited to twice the value of food delivered. For example, $50 bottle of wine requires a food order of at least $25. That's an example. Liquor cannot be delivered. So here's the deal. Our state does not allow DoorDash and Uber to do alcohol delivery. DoorDash does it anyway, and they prohibit liquor. And I can tell you right now, before I knew any of this, I delivered liquor one time. So it's fucking illegal as hell. So I don't touch it.
yeah, if you know your local statutes and you see
It's bad.
the order has freaking liquor, yeah, protect your ass and don't freaking accept that order.
But here's the
Hell
problem.
no. Like
Most
New York
people
State,
don't
I
know
can't
that.
deliver liquor. I can deliver any kind of beer. It can't be liquor. I think I
Yeah.
can deliver wine. I can do wine because, yeah, it's beer and wine I can do. So basically what a grocery store can sell. If it has to be from a liquor store, like one of the freaking places you can Total Wines on it, but they also have liquor. Or not
Right.
Total Wine. It's not Total Wine here, but same fucking difference. It's the same type of chain. If you get an order that has liquor on it, you can't deliver that here. I've never seen an offer for that, or maybe I just passed by it because it was a crap order. For some reason, the ones from that store, 90% of them suck. Who doesn't tip their beer man? But whatever.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, you just don't do it. Like, yeah, you're smart. Don't do that crap. And like states like Virginia, like I think you said Alaska's similar. You actually are supposed to go get a certification. Do the certification. DoorDash actually forced it on people. So did Uber.
Well, not only do you have to have a certification of whatever that means, it's a special licensure. licensing here in our state, they don't even allow DoorDash to even do it. Like they have even prohibited. So if you're doing business for DoorDash, I mean, because you're not doing it for yourself, you're doing it on behalf of DoorDash, it's prohibited, period. So even if you have the proper licensing and credentials to do it in this state, for whatever whatever the reason is, you can't do it for DoorDash. So and I don't know what, but here's the problem.
It's
DoorDash is
probably
not going to tell.
protectionism.
Probably, I don't know. DoorDash is not going to tell these drivers this, and a lot of these drivers, they're just in it for the minute, right? What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is these guys are out to make a quick $50, $100 because they need to pay their power bill, and they don't know. They don't give a shit. They just see the order. It's a good order. I'm going to do it. So, and that's not saying anything bad about them. It's just it's not unreasonable to think if you're on the DoorDash platform and you're receiving this order, it's not unreasonable to think that it's above board and that it is okay when it's illegal as hell here. So, I mean, I don't know.
I had a couple guys saying they didn't even get carded. It's like, what the fuck they do? Scan their own ID?
Yes. So, the
last guy left it for me. You sure I have to come down? Yes.
So like Walmart Spark wanted me to deliver a plan B, a plan B, and I was like, no.
Yeah, I know you're against that.
Well, no, I'm not doing that because of my personal feelings on that. I'm doing it because of legality. Because again, I'm not gonna. To me, I'm dispensing medication to something. Yeah, they purchased it, but I'm the middleman, right? Like I'm dispensing it.
It's not considered OTC in your state?
I don't know. Oh, is it over the counter? Yes, but you have to. But here's the deal: in Alaska, you have to go through the pharmacist, answer some questions, and the pharmacist dispenses it. So, how they get around?
They got rid of that here because it's a more liberal state.
Right. So it's another issue. So what I'm saying is, I'm just not messing.
If it's supposed to be something the person's supposed to do, don't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Don't answer on their behalf. Oh, sorry.
Because the problem is, for example, abortion is not illegal in Alaska. It's not even being discussed if they're going to do something with it, right? But the issue is you don't know that it's not some 14-year-old ordering this stuff because the 14-year-old did something stupid and she don't want to tell her parents, doesn't want anybody to know. And she's thinking, well, this is an abortion pill, so maybe I can take it and just make this all go away, right? Even if it's outside of the 72-hour time frame.
No, that's where I protect myself, and
you don't know
I'd ask for ID.
Kids. Yeah, but
leave a door. No, you're answering the door. If I know it's that's an of age thing. I believe here you have to be 17. I just do 18 to protect myself, saying, "Hey, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give it to a minor. You can go in person and get it yourself, but I'm not comfortable with doing this." And I'd return it to the store, call support, and have them on assign it.
Yeah. So things like that, like alcohol, liquor, a Plan B pill. I'm not messing with any of that stuff. I'm not gonna do it. So because now what happens if something happens and I don't know what that something would be, but we live in this weird world where people are suing people for anything, right? So
oh yeah, liability is a big thing, and
so you, the middleman, the driver, you just get sued up the line, right? Well, Cody in Alaska, did this, and my 14-year-old swallowed these Plan Bs, and now she's dead, so we're gonna sue. Fuck. I don't want to mess with it.
Yeah, if I had a PM pill, I think a lot of them don't prompt. I know Instacart, if you substitute the store brand, it doesn't prompt. only like the Advil and Tylenol do, like the name brands. But the freaking store brands will not. But you still need to card and protect yourself. The guy's like, well, why you carding me for it? I'm like, well, I don't know if you're of age. If I'm delivered to a soldier, it's obvious he's of age because he's 18 or older. You know, unless he's a new reserve recruit, which you can do training in the summers at 16. So for the reserves, I would be more careful. Which I had delivered to the reserves, but never that stuff. I never got an order that was more than Tylenol or Motrin, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
So I spoke to a local driver that does all the apps, right? And because we were at Walmart waiting and this very conversation came up, and this person said they will deliver Plan B, and they also indicated that they will ask for identification. And I'm like, all right, that's okay, cool, I get it. But they also indicated that the app does not ask or require for positive identification. So I'm like, so you really have no right or standing to ask for it because that's not within your scope. If the app's not asking, then it's not within the scope.
It doesn't have to be the app. It's under the law. If the laws of your state say you're supposed to, it's your responsibility to do so.
Well, but
come join up, Monty Hottie.
The customer could very easily say, I'm just looking at this from all angles. A customer could say, I'm not required to give any ID. And then like
I'd
if
pull up the law
me
right
being
my phone.
me, right? But me being me, I'd be like, you're required to show I'm required to show you my ID. Show me. And if the driver can't prove it, I'm like, well, then you don't get me my ID. You don't get my ID. Hand me the stuff I paid for. You see, that's all I'm saying. I'm not arguing. I'm just
I understand where you're coming from because the app's not saying it. They're going to try to argue. Well, the app doesn't say it. It didn't say it when I ordered it. It doesn't say it on your screen. But I could just simply Google the freaking law saying, hey, how old do you have to be in New York State to buy it? And show them. It'll literally come up. Some of the first results will be the actual statute. And
so they'll tell you things like they'll tell you do not dispense alcohol. So the DoorDash app will say do not give the alcohol if the person's intoxicated. So here's the deal: how do you know that they're intoxicated, right? Because you haven't had any formal training to determine intoxication. You're not running around with the breathalyzer. Okay, I'm not saying you. I'm saying maybe the average DoorDasher has not had formal training in sobriety testing or performing FSTs, and they're certainly not walking around with the breathalyzer. So, like, I mean, you could what if and argue this garbage all day. It's like I'm not qualified to say if the receiver is drunk or not because maybe they're not drunk. You know, maybe they're just fucking weird, but they're not drunk. Fucking weird doesn't mean you're drunk. So, I don't know. I just don't mess with alcohol.
I gotta hurry, get this Taco Bell. Hopefully they'll give it to me. It's like $2.58. So I'm guessing in Alaska and probably a lot of other states, they don't have like protection laws that protect the person who's trying to do the right thing and card. And it's kind of like the same thing as Good Samaritan laws. You're just trying to do the right thing. Like that is probably some of the best laws New York State has. A lot of them passed way back under Pataki when we had a Republican governor. That's been forever.
You mean like something to the effect of good faith, like you acted in good faith but it still slipped through the crack. I don't know if we have that or not, but I think any reasonable. But I would also say that if you carded somebody and they straight up handed you a bogus ID, right? I don't know. Maybe it's a mitigating factor. Like if somebody somehow moved to try to criminally charge you, I don't know. I shouldn't even speculate. I don't know.
I've had two occasions where someone tried to get alcohol underage by ordering off a relative's account or a friend. It was a relative or a friend. And the guy, oh, my sister's in the shower. Well, I need to see her. Oh, well, okay. I'm like, are you of age? And he answered yes. He lied to me, lied to my face, showed me his ID, and he was 2 years, he was 19.
Right.
It's like, okay, I can't dispense this to you. Then, like, 30 seconds after I left, I'm like, come on, man, just leave out my garage door. I'll cash up you $20.
Sure.
And I responded, I'm like, this is monitored by DoorDash. If something happens, they will go back and look at this conversation. And that's my butt, and that's my livelihood not happening. And not to mention, I'd be in cuffs and probably criminally prosecuted under the military, which is even worse.
Hey, what's up, Truthy? Where did he go?
So my thing is this, right? If oh, what the hell was I gonna say? I hate when I do this. It's about
He
the
just like
alcohol.
disappeared. He like disappeared in midstream.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Who knows? I don't know what the answer is. I know on the surface, it is illegal to deliver those products in Alaska working under the guise of DoorDash or Uber Eats. So I'm just not doing it. So I won't do it. So it just avoids the entire problem,
I was wondering where you went, bud.
I don't know. It exited when I tried to hang it up.
So
It's time to go home, man.
So my thing is, I just don't want. I don't want the liability. Okay, I don't want the liability. I don't want it. I look at everything like, just having, a degree in criminal justice and working in the system. My brain like always thinks, is this right? Is this right? And then I start digging a little bit, and then I'm like, oh man, this is no bueno. I was flipping pissed when I delivered alcohol for DoorDash to find out that it was illegal to do so. I'm like, I would have never knowingly committed a crime. I would have never done that. So I was just, it made me angry, given my personal convictions, given my background. It pissed me off, it weighed on me for a long time, and I'm like, screw them. I will never do that again.
See, now that y'all say that, I guess I need to go check out our laws, because
let's look it up right now. I'm gonna look it up for you right now.
Georgia's pretty liberal, but yeah, I would protect yourself.
Let's look.
Yeah, because every time I've delivered alcohol, it's always been a bottle of liquor or tequila. What's that hypnotic shit? I know it's not. I know it's some kind of liquor or something.
So most states, if they will allow liquor sales at a grocery or a pharmacy, you're probably safe, because they tend to have just more liberal laws in general. But I would still look it up.
Yeah, all of ours, you can only buy beer or wine.
Okay, here it is right here. DOR, so dor.georgia.gov. Drivers shall only deliver beer, wine, or distilled spirits in an original unbroken container that was sealed by the manufacturer. So that's dor.georgia.gov.
So you can't do mixed drinks. You can't do margaritas. You can't do Jack and Coke. Do you ever get those, Tommy?
So no liquor?
Mine's always been some kind of bottle of liquor. Like today, I got a hypnotic from the liquor store.
Distilled spirits is the liquor in the bottle. That falls under that.
So basically, I can deliver anything except like go to O'Charlie's and get a Jack and Coke in a cup.
That's what that means. And I wouldn't doubt. Have you ever gotten someone asking if you could get a margarita from like Chili's or some shit?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I did have a guy in Atlanta pay me $20 to get him a pack of Marlboro 72s.
Okay, here we go. So this dives in a little deeper under frequently asked questions. This is on the georgia.gov website. Am I eligible to deliver alcoholic beverages? To deliver alcoholic beverages for a retail licensee, you must be either A, an employee of the alcohol retail licensee, or a third party service or its employee that has a contractual relationship with the alcohol retail licensee. So, if you're let's just say DoorDash. Let me read this again. A third party service, okay, DoorDash, or its employee. You're not its employee. You're its independent contractor. So they say that
Or,
has
that's the thing.
that has a contractual relationship with the alcohol retail licensee. Okay, so does DoorDash have a contractual relationship with the alcohol retail licensee? Probably so if they have the order pad. But here's the problem. You're not an employee of DoorDash. You're an
Right.
independent contractor. So
Yeah, they
I
put
don't know.
or in
Gray
there,
area. I'm sorry,
yeah,
what?
it's a gray area.
Oh no, you're right. They put or or an employee of the alcohol retail licensee. So I don't know. Walmart. Let's just say Walmart. You're a you're an employee of Walmart, and let's say Walmart sells alcohol, and you deliver for Walmart because you work directly for them as a W-2. You're in the green. Where the gray area is coming in.
In-house program they got coming. That's W-2.
Right.
They have it in Denver already.
So here's the problem. The third party language. So third party. So like DoorDash, for example, or its employee. Well, you're according to DoorDash, you're not an employee. You're an independent contractor, and that has
then
a
it's
contractual.
Got contractor's language. Yeah.
No, it's not. It says employee. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes.
Then it says it could be interpreted multiple ways. Is what I'm getting at. I think most judges would interpret it well. It's a third party service and it's got contractual obligations with the retailer, and you're contracted under DoorDash, so you'd be protected.
No, you wouldn't be protected because you would have to be an employee status of DoorDash. We're not. So on its face, we are independent contractors. We signed paperwork that said we're independent. Now, whether we are or not is a whole different story. But on its face, for the right here and now, you're an independent contractor. So if you read this, you might I don't know, man. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, the or thing is a huge gray area.
Yes.
So take your risk. If you feel comfortable, go ahead. But be warned that liability bullshit you just said. If something bad were to happen, they're probably going to come back on you.
Yeah. So third party service.
It's of extra importance to never sell to someone you shouldn't.
So where I could see a third party service that has a contractual relationship with the alcohol retail licensee, that would be like DoorDash having a contractual relationship, say with the gas station that sells beer. Okay, they have a contractual relationship. You don't have a contractual relationship with that alcohol retail licensee because you don't work for them, and two, you technically as of the moment, you don't technically work for DoorDash either. And the exact language on its face is the third party's employee, the third party being DoorDash. You're not an employee. So
I would interpret this way because it's got that or language in it, or contractual. What I would feel it get interpreted as is what okay, if DoorDash was in court today for it, and you were in court as another defendant, like separate from them, but you'd be protected because you contract under them and they're contracted through the vendor. So because you're contracted and they're contracted, you should fall into that category. But yes, it's a big loophole if you got a judge with a stick up their butt, or you got a vindictive jury that, you know, they just, oh, look at this poor, quote, victim, because they, you know, they went to the hospital and OD'd on alcohol poisoning and almost died. It's, you know, because everyone's like, let's just give everyone a free $1 for being stupid. Then, yeah, it's going to fall on you. And they're probably going to release DoorDash or whatever fucking app of any obligation because they were following under the contractual third party. But because you are independent and not W-2, then that falls into that gray area. So I think a judge, if it was a bench judgment, most judges wouldn't. But let's say you got one that doesn't like, you know, alcohol, that's very anti-alcohol and is known for cracking on DWIs and shit. They're probably going to put the hammer down to you. That's what I mean. Like, it's very circumstantial. I feel most judges wouldn't. But again, this is why I feel that you should protect yourself. If your person even acts the slightest bit drunk, or they're showing aggressive behavior, like they're starting to text you, say, "Hey, where the hell are you? Why aren't you here yet?" Because like you're on a double order, and the first order is closer, the other one's further away. I wouldn't. So like, let's say that person who is being aggressive to me, and I had law like Tommy, but I don't. We have good faith laws here. Then yeah, I would definitely. Either way, I would say no, but I would definitely be like calling support right away and never even go to the location. Because technically you're supposed to show up at the location saying person's drunk. That's what DoorDash wants you to do, which I think is stupid. That puts you in an unsafe situation. Most of these apps do the same shit.
So the problem is they're using the language employee, that you have to be employee status for that third party that has the contractual relationship with the alcohol licensee. We are not employees. We are independent contractors. For the here and now and on its face, what's litigated is you're a contractor, so you're screwed. So I wouldn't touch a shit with a 10-foot pole. And
liability insurance, because as a W-2 worker, you'd be covered under your employer's liability insurance in that case, and they're required to carry it. But as an independent contractor, you are not. And the other half's just protectionism. They don't want competition coming in.
So, and to be clear, this Georgia law does not state that an accident or something has to happen as an element to be in the wrong, and it doesn't use any language like knowingly. So it's just the act alone. It falls under what's called strict liability, which is like DUIs, speeding, sex offenses. The requisite state of mind is not an issue, but rather just the act alone is sufficient enough for guilt. So I'm telling you, I'd stay. I wouldn't go near this. You know now. See, now you're armed with the information. It's up to you what you do. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, you're very watching your liability. Driven Dad's the same way. For example, because they have that in-home service, and people ask him, "Hey, can you bring these items inside to my table?" Nope. I'll set it in your door stoop where I don't have to step in your home, but I will set it there. But I'm not stepping into your home because that's a liability now. Because I am no longer protected under the app at all because I stepped into your home because they have this service specifically for a reason.
Yeah, we're overcomplicating it. I
know. I'm just
reading
saying
the law for what it is.
Liability is a freaking huge deal, and you want to protect yourself 125%. I get where you're getting at. Me,
Yeah.
I'm a little more of a risk taker, so I'm a little more comfortable with things. Plus, all my years in retail, I feel very, very comfortable. Should the average gig worker who's never had retail or food service experience and dealt with these type of people do this?
Right.
Very limited circumstances. Mostly no, because they don't freaking have a goddamn clue.
So my opinion is the only time you're probably going to get jammed up is going to be if something stupid happens and these people bring some kind of litigation to the court, or you're caught up in a sting. Maybe the Georgia authorities are like, hey, let's get on DoorDash, let's start ordering shit, and then we'll just nab the driver because we're going to make a case. And then what's going to happen is you, the driver, they're going to offer you some kind of immunity. They're going to offer you some kind of a deal in exchange for cooperation or exchange of information, because what does law enforcement do when they want to go after the larger fish? They try to flip you, right? So believe me, I've worked in the system. I know how it works. But why go through all that? I mean, who cares about an extra good tip? That the amount of trouble this could bring you far surpasses any tip you'll ever receive. So, knowing what you know now, I'd stay the F away from it. At least in Georgia, you have some kind of leeway to work. In Alaska, it's just a hell no. Like, Alaska's like, no, no. Georgia at least has some provisions that
Yeah, like you said, the
yeah.
state can get desperate for revenue, set up stings, or you can have some vindictive prosecutor that wants to get higher office, like they want to be
Yeah.
AG of the state and eventually go
Yeah.
up to the feds.
You never know what they'll do. Someone will always try to make their bones on your misfortune. So I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what the law says because we just read it. So, and I wouldn't lead you down the wrong path. So,
Yeah, because like I said, the like most of them that come through, they're not really worth it. And I was thinking about it today after I delivered it. I was like, this guy wanted a big bottle of hypnotic delivered to his house, and he could only afford to give me $3. And that bottle probably cost $30, $40, $50.
yeah, well, it's cheap people. I don't know. Yeah, it's more hassle than it's worth. It's definitely more liability than it's worth. See, this kind of stuff that I wish these gig channels would bring out, where we could sit here on the fly and we could literally pull up on the fly these the Georgia regulation. Hey, this driver in Oregon wants to know. Cool, let's jump on Oregon and let's see what the F Oregon has to say about it. You know what I mean? Like, I wish we would see more of this on the channels instead of the bickering and the divisive language and the same recycled garbage over and over and over. Like, actually puts shit out there that protects drivers. Now you know something that you didn't know half an hour ago, and now the next time you get an alcohol delivery, you're going to be like, am I going to do this or not? Who knows?
All right. Let me just say something real quick before all this shit gets started. I'm going to go and let all y'all know right now, this is my channel. Racho Lisa is a really good friend of mine. If you have a problem with her, you need to leave. You start any shit over here, I will kick your ass out. With that being said, you guys continue.
I have so much fun like doing legal research and finding things and finding precedent. Oh, sorry. I was saying I have so much fun doing legal research and finding legal precedent and being able to share it. That's kind of why, like, on my channel, I like to dive into the gun stuff. I
was doing that to Bud because I saw his lips moving, but
Oh.
he was muted.
Oh, I didn't mean to talk over anybody.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
But
no, I almost talked over you, bro.
But I have so much fun just being able to bring these things up and discuss it and share it. And that's why, like, shifting off the gig work stuff and going into the guns. Like I enjoy outdoors and guns, right? And there's a lot of gun legislation. There's a lot of government overreach. And so to be able to talk about these court cases and break them down into some, bite-sized pieces and go through it, it's like my thing, man. I love doing it. So that's why I have a lot. That's why I like doing these things. Not to be like, oh, you effing idiot. Why? No, because I learned something new, and anyone else here learned something new, and hopefully anyone here that's doing gig work has their wheels spinning a little bit, going.
You're obviously more conservative libertarian like I am as far as politics goes, which I know we're not supposed to big YouTube no, but Tommy's not monetized, so I'm not too worried. That this will get his channel struck. But what I'm saying is, I'm not gonna say the G word. I'm saying, but why don't you go for GOA or some organization like that, and maybe try to get some kind of it doesn't have to be a lawyer, but some kind of degree in law where you could be more effective, and or go run for your legislature.
No, so two things.
Because I think you'd be a good fit for that. I'm just saying.
No, so I do have a degree in criminal justice, but here's the thing: I could never be a politician because you just no.
Make you feel dirty. I ran for local office. I failed at it, but
he couldn't be a politician because he's not good at blowing smoke up people's asses.
That's why people didn't like me. Honestly, I only lost. I'm in a little town, but I didn't lose by a giant margin. I lost maybe by, I think, 8 or 9 percentage points from getting on because 2 were allowed on, and I was only 8% behind the other guy. But the 2 people I was running against are people who've both been on the board before. They're well known, so just name recognition alone. Oh, they were council members before. They're. That's how most people think when they vote. Oh, I know that name. Yeah, okay, I'll vote for them because they did it before. They don't even look. They don't even look at the fucking policy like they should. I was really concerned because they were trying to do all this stuff in my little hometown that, they're trying to act like Watertown, New York, that spends and spends and spends on very frivolous things. They'll spend $47 million on a freaking pool. I'm not joking. 47 freaking million on the pool projects they're doing. And some couple local contractors, our big contractors, came out and said we could do the whole project if you wanted it fancy for $4 to $5 million. And if you wanted it just, you could use it, but it wouldn't look pretty. It'd just be practical. It'd be $2 million. So we got these big local contractors that do a lot of projects around here saying we could do it for much less, but they hire some amount of freaking town guys, so the money don't even stay here. Just hire some out of town contractors and come in and reward them with a $40-something million project. That's fucking stupid. In my little hometown, it's a lot more proportional, but they wanted to spend millions of dollars, which is unheard of in my town, on all these fancy projects in a freaking town of, I think there's 8 or 9,000 people. What are they thinking? If you're going to spend millions, maybe fix the bridges around. Help the county fix the fucking bridges that are falling apart, or one lane, or they're ones that have been closed for years and people would like to pass by because they have to go all the way around to get to their fucking house.
Sorry, it's the Department of Revenue in your state. I'm still looking at this. Hey, I just found out you're required to keep documents in your car too.
Documents of what?
Let me look. You're supposed to have this training certification. It doesn't elaborate, but just says your certification. Okay, here's what you're supposed to have. Complete a mandatory delivery training course approved by the Department of Revenue and pass an examination upon completion of the course. and it's online here. So there's a link for it. Keep a copy of the training certification, retail licensee's employment contract. So you have to have the licensee's contract in your fucking car. This is crazy, you guys. Yeah, don't deliver alcohol for DoorDash, please. For the love of God, don't do it. This just the more we go down this rabbit hole, the more you're in the wrong if you're doing it.
So you'd literally have to look up DoorDash's contract on their website.
And then you'd have to have a copy of it. Then you'd have to have a damn copy of it. So how many copies of fucking shit are you going to run around with? Dude, don't do it.
I mean, that's a hypothetical. I doubt any street meat cop would ask for that, but like you said, if they wanted to do a sting kind of situation.
Yeah. Department of Revenue.
If the government wants their money, you know?
I'm like, yeah, I have a copy of that right here. There you go.
Yeah. Well, pocket Constitution. Throw the pocket Constitution and the Declaration of Independence out. I'm saying here, the Constitution says your laws are stupid. you are overbearing what you really should do.
Okay. Here's one.
But I get what you mean. I that's not going to fly when you're in the middle of getting that. No. That has to be important.
This is all written as strict liability, you guys. Strict liability again means the mens rea, or the requisite state of mind, is not a requirement to prove guilt. The act alone is sufficient for guilt. That's how these things are written, right? They're meant to screw you. So here's the deal. Here's another one.
You're expected to know all the laws.
yes. Listen, here's a good one. This is the one I would get jammed up on, you guys. This would be my luck. So I don't have any of the paperwork. DOR's got me on a sting. Customer puts the order in at 11:15. I accepted the order at 11:30. I picked it up. But guess what? Alcohol beverages must be delivered on the same calendar day, but now it's after midnight, so it's not the same day. That would be my luck right there, you guys. So there's a whole nother
That's
deal.
the law? That's one of the laws in there too? That is freaking stupid. Okay. I hate government. You wonder why I'm basically libertarian, because this stupid bullshit catch all crap, and then like almost every state Supreme Court, I think except one or two cases I can vaguely think of. I can't remember which states they were, but I remember hearing about them. In the U.S. Supreme Court and the U.S. District Courts and the Court of Appeals all upheld that police and other agencies of the government are not expected to know the letter of the law, but you as a citizen are. And like you said, that liability shit, the Reyes, you are expected to know, but they don't have to know it to the letter. If they think you're doing something wrong and they want to put the screws to you, you're basically fucked.
Yes.
And I think that's why it's important to serve jury duty, even though a lot of people hate jury duty. But you have to be very, very careful of saying what you know. You have to answer certain ways. Let's say that. You can't say an N word that has L's in it. Don't say anything near that word.
Well, and here's another thing, right? I'm gonna tell you something. I learned this when I was when I went to school for criminal justice. Now, are you guys aware that the police, under Supreme Court of the United States ruling, it's in case law, enshrined in case law, the police are not required to protect you? Did you know that? They have no obligation to protect you.
So that's the whole thing going on in Texas right now.
It's under Castle
I think
Rock
under Texas state law might be, or under their constitution, that's what they're trying to challenge. But like federally, no, they don't have to do it. They don't have to protect you. They're under no obligation to at all. And the whole freaking police force stood there, and outside agencies of only a couple agents actually went into school, and then finally, when they basically did all the work and put their lives on the line, then they all went in. It's like, school shootings nationally are known to be a thing since Columbine. Like, it was a big deal since Columbine, because that was the first real big one. So you're telling me you're in a major metropolitan area or a major suburb, and you guys didn't have a freaking plan to, protect the school? My freaking goddamn sheriff's department, my tiny ass county, did a rappelling exercise to where they would kind of demonstrate. They had the windows open for them, obviously, so they didn't break them, but they would literally break in the damn windows. And they were wearing like little special metal things that, kind of like having that little metal piece in your hand. That was on their boots. It helped them rappel down, but it also would break windows so they could get in an emergency situation. And they had holsters on their backs for shotguns or rifles. And oh crap, I said the bad word. Damn it. But you get what I mean. I said the G word.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't catch it because I said it in double syllable. But you get what I mean. And
right.
My little county did, and you're saying a major freaking suburb of over 100,000 people didn't have a plan. You're filling you full of shit. If they're doing what they're doing to Mr. Jones, this police department should be held accountable as well.
Yeah.
He was just stating opinion on his show, and they're saying, well, you hurt our feelings, and, we're really hurting here. So, Jones didn't help himself because, he can't help himself. That's just who he is. He can't help but say what he thinks. But at the same time, I really feel that, the mainstream media says so much crap that why aren't they held accountable for it like he is? Oh, yeah, because they're big corporate conglomerates that has billions of dollars to, push at it. And they would always settle out of court long before that anyway. That's what Jones should have done, but he decided to fight, which he shouldn't have done. But I think Evaldi should be held on the same level standard that Jones is. They should not be granted immunity. And I think Texas law is a lot different from a lot of other states, to where they were one of the first states to do open carry before it became, or not open carry. Yeah, they were one of the first states to do open carry, but they did concealed carry long, before a lot of the other states were doing it. You didn't have to have a permit for it; just anybody could. Constitutional.
Yeah. Well, people are shocked when you tell them that the police do not have a legal obligation to protect you, and then when you tell them that Supreme Court ruling, a 2005 ruling, in the case of the city of Castle Rock v. Gonzalez, affirms that, and then someone else after a school shooting had happened, someone had brought suit against the police, and a lower court in the 11th Circuit had reaffirmed that 2005 case. I mean, so what I'm saying is,
yeah, if this Evaldi thing goes federal, they'll shut it right down. But if it stays state level, state appellate or state supreme, I think they'll be held accountable.
So it's just crazy, if you bring up the case of Castle Rock and Gonzalez, it's they're like, what? So I'm like, that's cool. So if you really deep down truly know that they have no obligation to protect you, all the more reason why you need to be armed and be ready. As long as you can legally do so where you live, you can have cops on speed.
My sheriff here in this county is anti-self-protection. Hopefully they get rid of this sheriff this time around. They barely won last time. I mean, barely. So I think they're going to get kicked out of office because, they always speak out against guns, and most people in this area like their guns. Or whatever. This is going to get taken down either way.
Well, that's the problem. You have wonderful Mayor Adams of New York City helping to form the gun culture and and talk for the rest of the state. That's the same garbage that happens in Nevada. Las Vegas speaks for the entire damn state,
which is kind of weird because everyone thinks of Las Vegas as quote Sin City, but they actually have the most laws against doing the actual provocative stuff. The strip clubs there can't show full frontal top nudity, but I think
Hmm.
Reno can't either because they're too big.
Yeah.
But any of the other smaller places can,
Right.
and even the less populated areas can have full-on brothels. I mean, the Bunny Ranch. I mean, I think everyone knows that one, but there's a lot of them out there. But they all have to go through strict drug. They have to be drug tested. They have to have STD testing at least once every 1 or 2 months. They have to go through a lot of hoops to be legal.
And here's the deal. Here's the
But
problem.
in Vegas, it's not legal, and you ever seen that meme compilation? It's from freaking, I think, the early 2010s. What happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, and it shows like all these horrifying effects of STDs. I'm sure we've all seen that one.
Well, even if the prostitute, okay, tests clean tonight, it doesn't mean she didn't pick something up dirty from some dirty guy that planted something in her tomorrow, and then hell no, those places are filthy. Like
Yeah. I know how you feel morally about that. I mean, I'm a little more
it's degrading.
libertarian as far as that goes. You're a lot more conservative than me.
So somebody tonight in my live stream called me a maggot. They said, called me MAGA, and I'm like, well, first off, I'm not MAGA. I don't. So I tell everybody I'm constitutional conservative, right? So, and that's not a right or a left issue. That is the Constitution wasn't written to be a right or a left wing thing. It's like independent. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I someone tonight's, oh, you're MAGA, and I'm like, no, I'm not MAGA, but there's nothing wrong with making America great again either.
It shouldn't irk me, but that irks me that someone will lump you in a group that you're totally not, and like, someone sounds like, you sound like this crazy well-known politician that has opposing views of, versus both of the big parties, Ron Paul being one, but they actually liked, Gary, goddamn, he was governor of New Mexico. Goddamn it, why can't I remember his last name? But he ran for Libertarian Party the last couple elections until the last one, the last 2 or 3. But yeah, Gary Johnson, there we go, Mr. Vito, and like, I really feel that people will easily lump you in a group. A lot of people call me MAGA. They'll call me a Trumper. They'll call me this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, actually, I was never Trumper. I was actually for Cruz or Rand Paul. Rand is not like Ron. Similar, but not as extreme. So,
Trump wasn't even extreme. He just upheld the law that was on the books. That's what he advocated.
A lot of people
There's nothing extreme.
A lot of people didn't like him because he was very brash and would hurt people's feelings on Twitter. And it's like, well, I'd rather have hurt feelings on Twitter versus the chaos we have now. He was keeping the peace. He was keeping the peace. I will give him that for credit. He was keeping Russia from doing something stupid. He made peace with fucking North Korea, which no president has been able to do successfully. And now it's like when he made that peace deal, everyone's like, oh, how dare you? North Korea is awful. It's like, well, would you rather talk, or would you rather throw nukes at each other?
Well, and here's the thing: Russia didn't do any aggression when Trump was there, because he was very explicit and said he was going to do A, B, and C, and I believe he would have followed through if they'd crossed the line. Under Barack Obama, the Crimea was annexed by Vladimir Putin under Obama, and then fast forward to Joe, look at Ukraine. So it's
North Korea kept doing missile tests over Taiwanese and Japanese waters, and that's considered an act of war.
Right.
And that could have been a major international incident. I mean, especially since we got a lot of forces over there.
Well, here's
and that also intensified shit with China because that's so close to them, and they consider Taiwan theirs.
Well, and
actually, China didn't like that they did it because they considered Taiwan theirs.
Well, and the
problem so that could have been a real bad incident if it progressed further and Trump put a freaking nip in the butt in it. because it was getting worse before it was getting better, but it was pretty much the end of Obama's term by then.
Well, and now you got the Chinese government, Xi Jinping or whatever the hell his name is.
Yeah.
They're going to go into Taiwan. It's a matter of time. They watched the disastrous pullout out of Afghanistan. Afghanistan was quite literally the Alamo. They were quite literally the Alamo, and those guys were literally under siege. That's why 13 of them got killed. They got killed because of the gross incompetence of Joe Biden. And then the other problem is Joe Biden armed these people. Now that was a true insurrection. They called January 6th an insurrection. January 6th was
we're getting pulled off now.
That was definitely not an insurrection. That was I don't know what you want to call it, a riot, whatever. It was criminal activity that took place. But the thing is this: you want to see this is what I tell everybody. You want to see what an insurrection looks like? Go back and look at the images going back to August of 2021. That was an insurrection. That's what a true insurrection looks like right there. And Joe Biden tells American citizens you're going to need an F-15 to take on the government. Well, okay, a bunch of goat herders did it with AK-47s. So, okay, guy. But the thing is, I feel like we had more peace under Donald Trump, and he was brokering peace deals in the Middle East. Now everything is busting at the seams. I'm just waiting for when we're flying more pallets of cash to Iran.
Yeah, well, if they continue doing the crap they're trying to do now, they're trying to force truckers to go full electric, which is impossible, by the way. That's logistically impossible. They're trying to force trucking to go full electric, which if it's not local, that's impossible. It's logistically impossible. You would shut down our transportation network and our supply network overnight. And they're trying to attack, for some reason, Warren Buffett and his railroad are trying to limit how much supplies that Flying J, which is the biggest truck stop outlet. Yeah. They're the biggest, and then I think it's Pilot. Yeah, they're trying to shut down Flying J, which is the biggest truck stop center in the countries. And they're in some places that there's just nothing else around. The truckers need to stop when they run their hours, or they do need fuel. So but refueling takes 30 minutes, and you don't have to run your clock during that time. But that they can go take a piss or go to the bathroom, whatever they need to do. But they're trying to shut all these places down. If you shut down Flying J, you are also crippling our nation's ability to transport, because most things are transported by truck. And they say, well, why aren't the trains doing it? It's well, they got their way with the pipeline.
Right.
They aren't even able to handle it.
Yeah.
They aren't even able to handle it. I mean, think back in the day with the railroads of Rockefeller and God damn it, I can't remember his name. I want to say Ick or whatever. They have that whole freaking history show about it. I mean, probably the last relevant thing they did before they just went full on fucking idiocy on that network. But they're just trying to cripple us and make us a third world country like fucking Venezuela. We are rapidly heading toward that. For God's sakes, we couldn't get baby formula. And when they did get baby formula from fucking Europe, which is the same exact shit as ours, they said, oh, no, we can't do that because the lobby of the Dairy Council is too fucking powerful.
Crazy.
But also at the same time, they discourage, they're like, oh, just feed your baby on formula, even if the mother could lactate and be able to care for the baby that way. It's very rare that the mother's nutrients aren't sufficient enough. There's very special cases where it's not, where they're lactating, but they're not producing the right nutrients.
Yeah.
Holy crap. This guy's ordering the whole fucking menu and I know it.
So It's everything that they do is all by design. Nothing. It's all nefarious. It's it's um it's nothing with the American people's best interest in mind.
Well, like during the Obama administration, like during his first term, they're like, "Oh, they won't do that. That's absurd. That's absurd." And then during the second half of his last tenure, they just openly started admitting it all. Oh, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's the right thing to do. Blah blah blah. They're trying to shove the Green New Deal down our throats, and like California on a state level, they want to be full electric by 2025. Maybe they pushed it back now, but they literally this summer said, please stop charging your electric cars. Turn off your air conditioners. The grid can't handle it. We're going to have massive rolling blackouts if you don't. There's already brownouts where their power is just coming on and off all day long.
But they act like that's something new, and that's nothing new because
no, it's
California's
not.
been
I'm
doing
not
this
acting
forever.
like it's new.
Yeah. No, not
but
you.
these fucking crazy ass politicians think it's possible. It's not logistically possible. They're freaking idiots. It's by design. Like, they want the whole country to be that?
Sure.
California can't maintain their fucking power lines. My fucking tree companies that are over here in the Northeast had to go to Cali to fucking go, you know, all climbing crews because you can't put trucks up in there to go deforest them all, like to trim them up properly.
Right. Well, and the issue too is a couple years ago, PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric in California, managed to cause a horrendous fire that people lost their lives and they lost their homes. You know, and they try to turn around and say it's all on climate change. It had nothing to do with climate change. It had to do with failing infrastructure, things that have been neglected forever and ever and ever, and it finally failed. And then that failure, that catastrophic failure, in turn, cost lives. Yes, I shoot watermelons. I love shooting watermelons. I think the largest watermelon I shot the other day was like $13 or $14 because watermelons are expensive in Alaska. So
that's great. Their fucking network's down, and I already ordered. They already have my fucking money.
So that's my whole thing, right? Like that Governor Newsom wanted to say, "Oh, look what climate change is doing." It's like, oh no, wait, look what PG&E did when they did not maintain their stuff to standard, and then you have the overgrowing of the forests.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what it was is for years and years and years since the freaking 80s, these environmental groups were going in, suing, and getting judges to put in stops on maintaining the land like they should. And you know, I did line clearance. I know how important that is and how dangerous it can be. I saw for myself. Central Hudson here is a major power provider down in the Hudson Valley area, obviously, and their freaking grid is absolutely horrible because there's some of it that hasn't been maintained in 100 years. A lot of it, even the stuff we're on, they just do partial things here and there. They never do the whole. They never do the whole grid for like the circuit you were on. They never do the whole circuit. Like there's individual circuits for whatever town, and they never do them all. And I personally saw myself. I could see one we're going to do the next day. It looked like it was smoking. Sure enough, they got there the next day, and then we showed up, and they just had to come out and shut the power down because it literally caught on freaking fire the second they tried to cut it because it touched the freaking it touched the hotline. It didn't touch both lines, so it didn't knock power out, but it caught the fucking tree on fire. They had to knock the fucking power out. They had to freaking they got it out by hand somehow because it was at a farm and they had a long enough ass hose to reach the tree.
Yeah.
But all the trees were like that, and you could tell when I freaking went to drag the brush out, we had to drag it all out because it was a farmer's field. And like I could tell where it's been singeing for probably years. Like some of it was very old marks. And these were supposed low grow trees that like the shrubs that don't grow very fast. So those probably hadn't been touched in 30 fucking years.
Yeah.
And then you got big growing trees out in Cali. You know how crazy big some of their trees are besides the redwoods. And they don't want to maintain that. A lot of it is pine out there too. They have pine, a lot of pine like we do up here in New York. I don't know about how much you got in Alaska. I can't remember. But anyways, like that freaking shit will lay right down on power lines wicked fast. It can just be raining and that shit will lay down on a power line. So like I think one of them actually got caused when it was like a severe thunderstorm, heavy rains, wind, and it like the inside brush was so dry still that it caught on fire. It didn't get wet enough before it touched the lines and caught on fire, and it caught the whole forest on fire. How many acres they freaking lose over there a year? And you don't think that's they're like, oh, we got to stop climate change and all this crap. You don't think that's contributing to that shit? Bullshit.
So what they see, here's what they didn't tell the people when the thing kicked off with the PG&E fire, right? They tried to say it was because of these hot summers and all this and that. No, a natural phenomenon was happening. It was called the Santa Ana winds. So California has this phenomenon called the Santa Ana winds when the prevailing winds go from off the coast. So instead of them rather blowing in like from the coast and onto the shores, it goes the opposite direction. It goes from the mainland out to the ocean, and it is extremely hot. It dries everything out, and it just the conditions were perfect. And there was
they were in a severe drought.
Well, that too, and they were in this perfect. They had this perfect tinderbox, right? And then they just conveniently omit that a natural phenomenon was happening called the Santa Ana winds. So they're not going to tell
John
you.
John Stossel has a really good video on it, actually, if you want to check it out.
That guy, yeah. Oh, he's funny, yeah. So the thing is, they want to cherry pick the information, obviously, that suits their agenda, and we get some years that are sometimes exceptionally dry, and then you get some years that are wet. We just got done having the wettest August, like almost on record here in Alaska. It literally rained every flipping day. Every day
it was
had
funny.
either rain or drizzle.
Like, dude, May and June were super wet like that. Like, everything was crazy wet. Everything was going thick and it'd constantly be wet out. And my yard was basically a mud pit. And then August and the very end of July, dry. Like, usually my yard's never dry and the grass goes like crazy. We only had to mow it once in like 3.5 weeks. Usually we have to mow it like at least once every 5 days.
Right. Do I think climate change is happening? I think there is climate change to some degree, but I don't think that it was caused solely by humans or just only by the act of humans. I think it was already naturally in the works. Our planet goes through science has
heat
proven.
Cycles. Because they could track it back to the Middle Ages.
Right. And I think we're just in a
when
cycle.
They didn't have the science we have now. Obviously, it was the Dark Ages.
Now, I mean, common sense. I mean, is there more CO2 gas? Yeah, there's more CO2 gases, but I don't think. But here's the problem:
trees need CO2 to live.
The radical left will tell you that we only caused this disaster, and we have like 10 years left, and we're just done. We're all dead. And I'm thinking, cool, bring it on. Let's do it already. Fuck it. But the reality is that's not the case. And I'm tired of these people. I'm tired of these people lying to us. And that California fire with PG&E always sticks out in my brain because I'm thinking it wouldn't have happened if the money was being properly reinvested into the infrastructure. I promise you, PG&E. I'd have to do the research on this. I promise you, PG&E probably gets a lot of corporate welfare, and
well,
and they didn't reinvest any money.
National Grid here is one of our major utilities. They're actually owned by the British, and people whine when they, change the rates. They do drop them sometimes, but that never gets reported. But they'll increase the rates when it's winter, because that's like storm season, when we have to sit on standby as tree crews when there's blizzards and high winds and heavy snow. And like whenever there was a bad storm that they had to fix up from, they want that budget to be there. They always want a budget sitting there, and they're actually really, really good about it. Like, there was a really bad storm through Lake George and, oh my God, I can't remember the other town's name. I go through there all the time, Warrensburg. You might know Lake George, New York, like, touristy area, but very rich. But like, it was bad. Like, I took my like, the GPS was like flipping out, so we went down the wrong turn, and we went down basically, I think it was State Route 9, and they had the road closed off to all but us guys. There was like one lane barely plowed, and like, that was a flipping disaster. But they're all out there. They had pretty much every goddamn tree service that exists in our state there. And they even called from other states. They called from Mass. They called from frickin' Pennsylvania. They called from Ohio. Like, they're really, really on top of it here. And then you got over in California where, they had injunctions to not maintain it. And then even when they could, you said PG&E wasn't maintaining it. That's what Central Hudson here was doing. They weren't maintaining it properly. And I know what happened with Central Hudson is they had these old-ass power lines in unmaintained areas of trees, and that shit caught fire, and it caught some people's houses on fire. Like, it didn't spread into a major forest fire, thank God, but it ended up wrecking people's houses, and the state came in and said, hey, you got to maintain this crap, and you got to get on it now. There's always 3 crews working year-round to just do tree removals. Like, that's all they do. They're taking down these giant, freaking rotting, hundreds-of-year-old trees. And they're even, they have to take some live stuff because it's way too close to even just trim it and maintain it, because it basically grew up, like, either in between the lines or so close to the line that it's touching the actual bare tree. And they're just a danger because it's leaning toward the lines. Or even if it's not, it's still obstructing it. Because they just decided to not maintain it for freaking 20, 30 years. And even some parts of the grid, they just left alone for 100 fucking years.
So can you imagine now we basically got the Green New Deal rammed down our throats through the Inflation Reduction Act, right? So the thing is with this, imagine if everybody they put out this like, right? They put out like this.
Go ahead.
They put out like this $7,500 credit if you go out and buy like a new EV or something like that. Now, imagine if everybody goes out and just scraps all their gas vehicles and they go out and get an EV. They're saying that the grid wouldn't even hold up, that it'd be a catastrophic failure if that happened. So
yeah, even National Grid, which most, they buy power off several companies and they make some of their own. Like, most of ours are, water driven, hydro, and they have, I think they get power from one nuclear plant. They couldn't handle it.
Right.
And then you got Niagara Falls, and I think NYSEG feeds, it's mostly NYSEG and Con Ed that feeds off them. And that couldn't handle it either. Could you imagine if everyone in New York City tomorrow switched to EVs? Like, dude, the state would shut down. Because NYSEG is a pretty big deal too. Because wherever National Grid is, Central Hudson has their own area, like just the Hudson Valley, and that's like more the suburb, countryside, wooded area, like where the rich people live for the most part. I mean, celebrities live there. But where NYSEG and Grid are in Con Ed's mostly the city in Long Island. But NYSEG and National Grid are the rest of the whole state. It shut down everything. It shut down the whole state overnight.
Wow. That's
and even they can't handle it. Right. Hell, they want to make all the taxi cabs in New York City electric, and they said that's a bad idea because the grid couldn't handle it. Just the taxi cabs. Could you imagine if every freaking person who drove did that?
Right.
Come on.
Right. So I I am looking at buying a hybrid, but you know they're really expensive here. Like just to get a used Prius. So
oh my god, dude, $9,000 for a rusted out Prius that's dented to freaking hell and it needs battery maintenance.
ours not that bad, but
which means they're crap. That's what I saw this spring when I was looking for cars.
okay, ours it's not that bad here, but I am looking at Seattle because I mean that's like liberal mecca of the world, you know. So I can go down there and have like they. I mean, you could buy them all day long down there for like $5,000, you know. So I was like, well, because I got to run autumn back and forth 4 days. It was 3. It's now 4 days a week. So I'm like, all right, we got to do something. And so I was looking at picking one up, you know, and you know, but it's like the Prius is kind of like the poor man's version of a Tesla, you know. But
well, there's a Lexus version of it, and that's what Nova Dasher, right? He's around
I'm
DC,
aware
and
of them,
they're all into that shit. They're all into that shit
Okay.
over there in the Tyson Rich area, and he managed to pick up one where the year before they traded in, they replaced all the batteries, so they're all brand new. So he lucked out before the price went nuts, and I think he said he bought it for like $9,000, something ridiculously cheap for a hybrid.
Right.
I mean, it had 36,000. I think it had 38,000 actual miles on it, and they just replaced the batteries because one or two was getting weak, so they replaced the whole thing because these people are rich and they don't care. Then
If
like a newer, nicer model came out, so they went and got that.
Well, if I buy a Prius, I'm going to put 2 stickers on it. The first one's going to say, I eat meat. And the second one is going to say, this car allows me to buy more ammo. Piss all the vegans
I kind of
off.
wish I was looking at an Accord hybrid, but I think the allocation was supposed to go to my local Honda store. I think another Honda store like must have twisted Honda's arm. It never came, and they got it instead. I was all ready and approved for a $30,000 loan for it.
So there's this company called Vroom. It's similar to like CarMax and what's the other one? Carvana, but they call it Vroom. So I went on there, I input all the info because I'm like, it says put in your zip code. So I put in my zip code, right? It didn't say they don't facilitate transfers or anything to Alaska. So I went on there, I got all pre-qualified and all that. And I on there looking at something. So I decided to take it a little further and go further in the process with this one vehicle I was looking at. And then I get up toward the end and it's like, sorry, we don't service Alaska. I was like, mofos. I put the zip code in like 20 steps ago. I got to grab a snack. I'll be right back.
Lots of freaking websites do that crap. It pisses me off. Yeah, like they'll say, "Oh, we service New York State," and then you put it in, and they don't even go to fucking Syracuse. They'll go to like New York City and Long Island. Now's it. Maybe Buffalo, Rochester at best. They don't actually serve anything that's north of Albany.
Are you aware
what
of
they
these?
consider anything north of Albany upstate, and there's whole central New York, and then there's northern New York. I hate what they call upstate.
Are you guys aware of these? Oh my god. These things are insanely good. I steal them from the kids all the time. Like late at night, I steal these things. Yeah. So late at night, little Debbie's like my little ho-ho. And I go for her mini muffin. Just kidding.
What are you eating? I missed it.
They're gonna have to make a fresh Big Mac for me. They're gonna hate me. Oh well. Or and 2 cheeseburgers. Put a rundown of burgers. It's not hard.
Oh yeah, those are good as hell.
Those little
Oh, yeah.
Debbie mini muffins. They give you like 4 in a bag now. Those things used to be packed, like the big, like 8 or 10 of them in there.
Like I said, little Debbie, this time of the night, turns into a little ho-ho, and she starts shaking her little muffin, her little mini muffin.
Racing cream pies? What? I had to make that joke. I'm terrible.
Yeah, you only get like 4 or 5 in each bag, and there's only like 4 or 5 bags in each box.
That's where you're a little Mario, as far as the joking side.
But you can't eat that shit without a big old glass of milk now.
Oh, no.
Nah.
Hell no. Ew. See? Look, little Debbie. Oh, she's a ho-ho. I told you, she's dancing on the pole. She's shaking her muffin on the pole.
Is that a Benny stick or moose stick, or is that actual beef?
It's a pen.
Oh, it looks like jerky from here.
It looked like
No.
a straw.
Okay.
I stopped to the res on her god damn it, the Seneca Reservation, south of frickin' Buffalo and Rochester, on my way to St. Louis. God damn, that frickin' Benny they got there is frickin' amazing. They got some venison jerky. It's frickin' awesome.
I feel confident. I feel kind of confident. Look, he wants to make it look so much bigger, and it's only about this big.
Oh
looks
my
like
God.
Pac-Man.
Oh
I
my
feel
God,
pretty
Debbie.
confident saying that you won't never see little Debbie shake her ho-ho anywhere else but here.
Debbie, take your little. Oh, Debbie, get your muffin off the camera, you nasty fucking little ho-ho.
Now we know little Debbie was actually a little ho-ho. Cody had to tell us about it. We would never have known. So everybody thank Cody for finding out little Debbie was a ho-ho.
Little Debbie the ho-ho. Her first answer to everything is, oh, hell no. Little no-no. Little Debbie
Little
the
no-no.
ho-ho.
Little
That's
ho-ho,
my
no-no.
song. Little Debbie the ho-ho. Her go-to is no.
Little Debbie the ho-ho will never tell you no.
You can't say no to this. Mm-hmm.
She don't need a plan B, C, or D.
You don't need plan B. You need plan me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was only 4 in the package.
Dude, you ran everybody off.
Little Debbie was shaking her little mini muffin on the camera, dirty girl.
They all left.
Ew.
Don't you love modern technology?
Sometimes.
Freaking, their shit reset, and they kept, like, it auto deleted my order. It wouldn't even allow it to go through, even though like when they initially pulled it up, it was there. But as soon as they tried to total it through, it auto deleted it. So I had to quickly pull up the QR code for a fucking breakfast sandwich, so I'm not fucking paying ripoff prices.
Oh God.
So I'm only paying for one actual sandwich and one hash brown, and not like paying $6 fucking for a McDonald's breakfast sandwich. How much is it up there for like a sausage egg muffin?
Right now?
Yeah.
I don't know about that one, but I know an egg McMuffin is $3.99 just for this, $4.99 for the sandwich, $4.89 for just a sandwich. A value meal, they just shot up. So the other day I was
$3.89 here. They were on sale for $2.89.
It's like $12.50 for a value meal.
Like we still got the 2 for $3.50 double cheeseburgers. Or
like
McDoubles, sorry.
Oh, really? Well, when I was at McDonald's earlier today, it was I saw a Big Mac meal was $11.90.
I
So it's
just
a little-
looked at it. Mine is $9.79.
Yeah, so
So
it's
that's
a
actually
little,
not that bad.
it's not insanely more, but there's some things that are definitely more.
No, you go to the grocery store, your gallon of milk's like $8 or something nuts,
No,
right?
no,
How much is it?
like $4.50.
Oh, that's normal. Fuck, you go
Yeah.
to a convenience store, you pay that.
Yeah.
Well,
Now,
not
if
for
you-
dairy because they're
if
the
you-
actual milk provider.
Well, if you get out in the villages and get off the road system, then yeah, you're gonna pay that $8 and $10 price for some milk, definitely, but not where we're at. But there's some things that are definitely a lot more expensive, and there's some things that are just they're a little bit more, but not crazy more. You know.
I know you like one of your videos you were showing this fucking thing of gum that like everyone else is saying is $2 and it's like $5 or $6 for you.
Yeah,
Like
there's some
stupid shit
stuff
like that.
Yeah, there's some things here and there that's just
Like you don't want to buy any of the actual snack candies. You want to go buy the packs. Like I like buying the packs because they're like $1.50 here. But
like
where
hamburger
you are,
here.
it's like even more important.
Hamburger
They'll
here
charge
will
you
run
$3
like,
for a fucking candy bar.
oh yeah, for sure. A candy bar here, a Snickers, because actually I bought some candy the other day. $2.09 for a candy bar.
That's still
Now,
expensive
is that a
for
regular size or is that king size?
Oh,
That was the regular one.
Did you get that sausage egg muffins as well? Okay.
and
I'm very sorry about
the
that.
hash brown. Okay, go. It is what it is. It's the system glitching, not you. Dude, I do gig apps. You know how much I deal with freaking glitching? Take care. Yep. They're really cool with me here. And the girl's like covered in grease, so I know they're cleaning their shit. So this is probably the only McDonald's I really care to eat at. I think I regretted eating at the other one last night because I kept pissing like a racehorse this morning for no fucking reason. I kind of felt But
She was covered in grease.
yeah, because she was deep cleaning because of the closing crew.
Okay.
So she was pulling out all the fryers and everything.
She probably gives a new meaning to slipping through the crack.
She's like, she's
might
all
be
of a
killed
twig.
by a little
Ain't
Debbie.
very much to her.
Oh, you can just pick her up and throw her? That's how Autumn is. She's like, I don't know. She's like 110 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah,
Just
she's like
pick her up and
120
just
at best.
like
It's so weird. They say you're supposed to gain 10 pounds when you work at McDonald's. When I first started working there when I was younger, I lost 20.
Shit.
Maybe because I actually ran around and did a lot of the work.
Oh no.
My manager, after I quit, he was all mad at me. Well, quit/fired. We disagreed to disagree. Left on bad terms. And all of a sudden, he was the sweetest thing can be to me. Like, I finally went in there a couple months later, and I go in maybe once a month, and he's always wicked nice to me after that. I think he realized I used to do the work of 3 fucking people.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't be afraid to just hop on a task as needed, and like half these fuckers are just lazy pricks. And like they'd ask some of them to stay because they're busy. No, I'll make too much and I won't get enough food stamps. Or they won't help me, like, or I'm making too much for them to pay my rent. Like the government pay the rent for them. It's like, oh, like they won't completely yank all the rent help. They'll just, you pay what you made extra. You have to pay it out of your pocket now. But take some self-responsibility for God's sakes. Like if you're a single mom, you need the help, whatever. That's what the fuck it's for. I'm not for welfare, to be honest, but if you really, really need the help, fine, whatever.
Well, and the thing is,
just don't be a lazy cunt about it to where you say, no, I can't work over 20 hours because all of my benefits will go away.
And there's a lot of options out there for single moms. I mean, there's gig apps, there's stripper poles. I mean, there's shit out there. I'm just kidding.
I mean, this is the early 2000s, mind you.
Oh.
2006. 2005, 2006.
Yeah.
That's just what I'm saying, man. Is that these people just don't want to. And We don't have strip clubs around here. There's only one in Syracuse. There's like 2 in Syracuse, I think. But we do have gig work now. And a lot of people don't understand. Like, I've met some single moms who do it, and they don't have a goddamn clue how to work it. Like, oh, I thought you had to take everything. It's like, no. You're taking a $2.50 going all the way to 4.5 miles away. You're crazy. You're losing money.
You gotta ask her. Be like, hey, if you think on gig apps you have to take everything, does that mean in your current job are you taking everything? Just asking for a friend. Asking for a friend. Are you taking it all? Just ask her that. Be like,
let's say I took some less than desirable woman home from the bar, and no, they cannot. They can't even handle a little bit.
well, I'll tell you what. I've
and I'm not very gifted.
I'm
an average white boy.
I took one for the team once, so.
Well, this conversation went south really quick.
But one of them, dude. One of the times was that I took one for the team because it was her friend, and my buddy got the, supposedly she was crazy in bed chick, and she was hot. She was a hot chick, and I got her loopy friend over here. It's like, and she was like, this with her fingers, like, what the? I don't know if you can see my hand. God damn it, I'm trying to get the camera. She was like this. It's like, what the hell are you doing? Like, I tried to show her. I literally pulled up a porn video to show her, and she still couldn't do it. It's like, what the fuck? Get out of here. I just went and slept on the. She's like, I'm going to sleep in the bed. I was going to kick her out the couch, but I ended up sleeping on the couch. So I'm like, I just didn't want to argue anymore.
Oh my god.
I went out on a cigarette, then I went to bed.
I'd be like, you could stay the night, but you got to cook breakfast.
No, they just ditched. They actually ditched us before we woke up. You know how the guy is supposed to ditch? No, they ditched us.
Oh my god. You should have asked her if she liked her eggs in the morning, scrambled or fertilized.
What the fucking hell is wrong with you? No. I don't want kids, Cody. Not happening. No.
Yeah, I had a couple kids.
Jeez, I'm creeps.
Well, I had a couple of crazy girlfriends. I mean, like, where to fucking start, right? But hell, I mean, you just, I don't know. Just try the shoe on until it fits. I guess the right one. I don't know.
Well, one of my exes I was slow with because I was literally going to like a little Thursday home church thing they had, and they went to their actual church on Sundays. So I was going to this home church group they had, like 20 fucking people in this fucking house. So I didn't try anything with her. Then after she breaks up with me because, like, I lost my phone and I told everybody and their mother because I couldn't get a hold of her, because I didn't have her number memorized yet, that, hey, get a hold of me. She has my number. I still have the same phone number. And I found out later that she was actually a freak in the sheets. I got told by several people. She was a freak in the sheets. She actually wanted to all the time. It's like, I was taking it super slow. I barely Frenched her before we broke up.
Be like, we don't have time for that. The's no time for that. Be like, I gotta start my DoorDash shit.
I'm too fucking nice. No, this was way before that. Gig apps didn't exist yet.
I'm joking.
Maybe Grubhub was thought of.
Well, some of these girls I see running these DoorDash apps, all they got to do is just strap a mattress to the top of their car, and they could be a door whore. You know, add that to the
mattress is
app.
going like,
yeah,
down the road.
Just pull up in front of the house. Yeah, just pull up in front of the house. At least you can't tip bait her. I mean,
Oh, you can pick on Tony and his wife. They literally had a mattress in the back of the Tesla.
Put that service on Uber
I
Eats.
saw that.
That
Yeah,
cuddling
what?
app, that fucking cuddling app they keep talking about.
Oh god, it's fucking stupid.
Yeah, when is he supposed to do that cuddling app?
I don't know, but I'm sorry. It's just another word for escort service from back in the day. That's what I think that shit is. They will literally cuddle you if that's all you want to do, but it's just another way for them to get around it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, you got a Woody from cuddling me? Why don't we fuck?
But that's exactly
same.
what would happen. That's exactly what would happen.
See, that's
Yeah,
what I
that's what
was
that
thinking.
shit
I
is.
mean,
That's what that shit is.
And one of those
Either that or she
idiots,
starts grinding on you.
and one of those idiots, I guarantee you would probably try to live stream it. Okay, guys, come along for my live. Like, okay, guys, I just
Better
accepted
be on your
this offer.
OnlyFans or Pornhub.
No, this is how
one of
it'd
these
be.
stupid cam websites.
Okay, here,
I
let me.
remember when
mimic
everyone
it.
freaked. I remember when everyone freaked that OnlyFans was like not going to be XXX anymore, and it's like there's so many other cam websites that are like advertised heavily that I don't think it would be a huge blow. Everyone just move over to the other ones.
Okay, let
But,
me mimic this. It'd be like, bling bling, bling bling. Oh, I just got an offer. Oh shit. Oh, $12.50 for 5 minutes? Okay, I'll accept it. Shows up, knock, knock, knock. Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
That's cheap.
I don't know. I'm
I
just
thought
making this up
costly
as
is
I
$20.
go. It's 12. This
20
is
bucks, 20
$12.50. I don't know. I don't know how it works. It's $12.50 for 5 minutes. All right, knock, knock, knock. Okay, this is meet at my door. Okay, cool. I'm here. Okay, we got to go over here. And then the guy's saying, "Is there gonna be a hidden tip? Is there gonna be a hidden fucking tip?"
Instead of DoorDash, it's DoorBash.
Fucking door bang or door whore. It's called door whore. It's called door whore. So all you gotta do, well,
he said
if you want to hit,
the hidden tips in my pants, baby.
yeah, I got the hidden tip for the right price. I got a hidden tip for the right price.
It's only under my beer gut.
And then the fucking bitch not only stiffs you on the tip, but then you find out she's literally got a stiff because it wasn't a real fucking chick. And he's like, you're fucked.
Tranny. Surprise!
So not only was the joke on you, and you quite literally got stiffed, now this thing turns into a big old fucking struggle snuggle, and then the bitch fucking 1-stars you on the way out. That is how it'll go, my friends. That's how it will go. All right.
Oh, dude, I was listening to some Futurama compilation today, like, because they're just fucking funny.
Stop giving.
And like one of them where Bender Bender did a dating service for Valentine's, and freaking Zap Brannigan goes, and it was obvious as a tranny. It like had a freaking 5 o'clock shadow and everything.
Oh my
It's like,
God.
wait, baby, you never showed me your surprise.
See, I like what Arturo said. Arturo does it all. He said he's gonna make an OnlyFans, and on his, all he's gonna do is fix fans. OnlyFans.
That's like a child. That'd be like a child molester. Their app would be only vans because we'd only take you in the van. You know, only vans. Would be theirs.
Oh God.
Yep. Only vans.
That crap, dude. They're trying to There's some fucking house I go by sometimes that has that flag that's like the modified version of the gay pride flag, but it's for they don't call it pedophilia anymore. They call it something fucking weird.
Oh, minor attracted person.
Yeah. No, there's a name for the group. It is a minor attracted person, but there's a name for the group as a whole.
A fucking cho. That's what we call a minor attract. A fucking cho. A pedo.
It's like, dude. I'm like, how do these people not get murdered in the middle of the night by some fucking neighbor who doesn't want them around their kids.
I don't know. I mean, a little fentanyl in the. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah,
Well,
shit.
it is a problem here. Fentanyl, shit, and meth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fun.
All right, now here I want y'all's take on this because I saw this today and I just thought about it. I want to tell you my take on it, and then y'all tell me your take. All right. Don't worry about the fact that the shit's illegal as fuck. Okay.
Okay.
Just say if the shit was legal, whatever. Okay.
Weed.
But I saw on the news that this woman sold some meth to this guy. Okay. He ended up overdosing and dying.
Sweet.
Now they took her to jail and charged her with murder. Okay. First of all, okay, here's my take on it. Here's my take on it. All right. That's about like saying, okay, if I go to the liquor store and I buy beer and liquor and I go home and I drink so much that I have alcohol poison and I die in the middle of the night, are you going to go to the fucking liquor store and arrest a person for murder that sold me the alcohol? To me, that's not right. I mean, take out the legalities that it's illegal to fucking sell meth. But to me, it was not right to charge her with murder because he willingly bought it from her. I willingly bought the alcohol from the liquor store.
It's the same thing with heroin and fentanyl.
Right. I mean, how is it her fault that he overdosed because he's a fucking idiot?
Because
he bought it from her knowing knowing the problem. He bought it from.
It's actually pretty hard to OD on M. You have to take a lot. So she sold like a ridiculous amount to him, and he did it all.
Well, that's on him.
I think. Well, yeah, that's called personal responsibility. But when it comes to hardcore drugs, I have no fucking mercy for those people because I've seen what M and H does to people. It is fucking awful. It ripped friends away from me, people I knew from high school. It killed some of them, especially H. It took quite a few people away from me that I knew very well. Maybe we weren't close, but I knew them well. And like before they got into their habits, I'd see them out, and we'd have a laugh, we'd have a beer. No, it's awful, man. No, I get where you're coming from. I'm for decriminalization of all drugs. You think I'm crazy saying what I'm saying now, but I also think that all parties should be held accountable in that kind of shit. You can't sit there and sell them like a fucking ridiculous amount and expect to not have to serve consequences for it, or lace your shit with elephant fentanyl and you fucking kill someone over it for a little fucking grain of it. They put that shit in weed now sometimes. They'll put it in fucking coke sometimes. Like, those are considered the fun drugs. Like, I don't care about weed and snow as long as crack is cooked down coke. Everyone's like, oh, it's the same thing. No, it's not. I've seen the same person because I've been around promiscuous people. Because, I saw people doing the bad shit. These people were just over here having their fun. But then that same person, someone got them into crack a couple months later, and they were a totally fucking different person. They reminded me just like the M heads and the H heads.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, get rid of all the legality bullshit. But I mean, so you're saying that, like, say meth and all that shit was legal, and you could just go pick it up. Okay. So you're saying that the person that I went and bought 3 20-packs of beers, 4 or 5 bottles of liquor, and I come home and I just went on a drunk bender and I got alcohol poison in the middle of the night, I died. So you're saying that person should be held accountable for selling me all that alcohol? Because I took it upon myself to ingest that. I took it upon myself.
if
do
you were
that.
already intoxicated, or you showed signs that you intended, or you said something you intended to drink it, then yes, that person's held that person could be held liable. But
Well, I'm
like,
sure.
okay, pretend you're at the bar, and you just do shots and shots and shots and shots, and the bartender doesn't cut you off. That bartender's liable. Hell, the bartenders are liable if you get a fucking DUI these days in a lot of places.
Well, I'm sure that person did not go to that woman and say, "Hey, I want all the meth you got because I'm gonna go home and kill myself." Yeah,
So
I'm sure they.
so
I
there's
mean,
Well, it sounds like she sold him what would normally be probably an average user's month supply to OD like that. Because I've seen people on M, and they'll fucking do stupid amounts of it, and they're not like that. But like, it's not fun when people are tweaking. Hell, I've seen people standing out in the middle of the street. It's like they should be holding a fucking sign advertising to the cops, "Please arrest me. I'm high on meth." You know?
do they say what kind of murder that they're charging with? Like, is it like a first degree or a second degree? Do they say? Because here's the deal.
I think the only thing they get on her to stick is negligent homicide, because she was being negligent in letting them have that much. Just like if
So
the bartender got there overserved you.
Because if I remember right, when I went to school, so again, here we go, right? There's four main elements that have to exist for a murder conviction. So you have what's called the mens rea, the requisite state of mind. There has to be some level of criminal intent. Then the other term that they have is called the actus reus, which is the act. Then you have to have concurrence, the merging of the thought, the merging of the intention, and then the act. Okay, and then once those three things happen, then you have to prove causation. So like your act, everything to what you did leads up to the causation of the death. So I don't really know how to answer that. I just know that those are four main criminal elements that have to be satisfied for murder.
right here, woman arrested for felony murder after man dies from overdose of meth that she gave him. Sheriff says. A Jericho woman has been arrested on felony murder charges after deputy says a man overdosed and died after ingesting methamphetamine she gave to him. The sheriff's office said that so-and-so arrested Thursday.
So she probably the only thing they're going to get to stick. They're going to make a big headline out of it, obviously, because they want, felony murder. It's got to be at least in third degree, I'm guessing. They want that to be the big headline, saying, "Hey, we're going to hold these people accountable."
They said deputy
being
said,
fucking drug distributors.
Deputy
they're
said,
only going to get felony homicide, negligent homicide at most. That's all they're going to get, and she'll probably get like 5 to 10 years.
Deputy said that on April 2nd, 2021, they got a psychiatric call about a man who was acting out of control, trying to fight the air. First responders took 33-year-old so-and-so to hospital where he died. The autopsy revealed that Raines died of methamphetamine toxicity. The drug task force.
It's as if you down several boxes of Sudafed. They won't sell you more than one box these days. Like, that phenylalanine shit don't work for me. I need the real shit for it to clear my sinuses. In the springtime, especially when I was doing tree work, I lost a box. I lost one out of the side box of my truck and went to go get another when I got home because I was fucking miserable. And they're like, "No, you can't. You haven't used your prescription. The time frame hasn't been up yet." I'm like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "I had a tiny little fucking box of like, I think 14 of them." They're like, "Oh, that's a 3-week supply."
So
I'm like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me!" And they try to accuse me of being a fucking meth head.
It says she was arrested. It says she was arrested and charged with distribution of meth. A grand jury indicted her on distribution meth and felony murder charges in August. When she was taken into custody Thursday, officers found that she had more meth in multiple clear bags. She'll face additional charges for those drugs.
Well, yeah, obviously possession. It's going to be pleaded out, most likely.
Well,
They'll
they're
have
going
the
to
money
have
for
to.
a big time lawyer, I bet.
Well, they're going to have to prove that number one, she gave him a lethal dose, that she intended to kill him. Like there's a lot of problems with that. It's probably
Yeah.
going to get pled down. They aim high. They always do that shit on purpose because it's easier to start high and work your way down. You can't go into court and indict somebody low and then amend the charges upward. You can always amend down, but amending up is a whole that doesn't happen.
They tried that with the whole who's that freaking guy in Florida who
Okay, but here's the
got
thing.
the
Okay, she could
they
sell
tried
him
it
more.
with the Trayvon Martin case and it didn't work. Like it doesn't work. It's a proven
can
fact
sell
that
him-
that shit don't work.
You know, she can sell one. She can sell 1 bag or 10 bags. She could give a fuck less. You know what I'm saying?
Which doesn't mean she gave it to him and made him ingest it. So
Right. Exactly my
So-
point. If he goes home and he takes all 10 at one time and lays down, that's not her fault.
No,
You know?
I'm not saying directly, but she did sell him and facilitate it.
But think about this
Okay,
for a minute.
It's negligent
If-
homicide, in my opinion.
Okay, so like I said, if I go and buy 5 bottles of liquor and all this beer and I come home, I just drink the shit out of it left and right, and I go in there and lay down and pass out and go to sleep and die. Is it the person that sold me the alcohol's fault that I went and did that?
Yes, your family could go after them criminally and civilly.
Why? She did not force.
They willingly sold you that much liquor when you're by yourself.
Okay, but they didn't. How did they know I wasn't? I was by myself. I might have been going to a party. They don't know. All
Well,
they
yeah,
want to do
that's
is all
that's
they
called
want-
ignorance under the law, and it's supposed to protect people.
all they want
well,
to do is make.
if
all they want
You
to
were
do is
acting
make money.
any way suspicious, and they sold you anyway. They can still go after people. Like the criminal charges wouldn't probably stick, but civilly they probably would. They'd sue the liquor store, they'd sue the person who sold it, and that you would, they would be held liable.
I mean, all they want to do is make money, just like she was wanting to make money.
So the issue, but the thing
Doesn't mean
is,
make it right.
But the thing with criminal cases is that criminal has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, whereas civil is based on preponderance of evidence. So there's the legal standard is wildly fucking different. That's the reason why OJ walked. He walked on the criminal conviction, but he got hemmed up and was found guilty on the civil end of things. But so my concern with this is, like, I think they're just aiming high and they know they're not going to get all that. That's probably what it. But the other thing too, if this lady can, I wouldn't even call her a lady, but if this lady can distribute drugs to somebody, right, and then his actions ultimately led to his death. He's the one that ultimately ingested it or took it or however, whatever. Then what's the difference if you're a fucking gig driver and you deliver some ibuprofen or you deliver some God knows what, and then the person turns around and dies? Like, that's what I'm saying.
Tylenol is actually the easiest to OD on.
Right. Like think of the precedent. There's probably already precedent out there, but I'm just saying, but like think of the precedent. Like if all of a sudden you can distribute something and you could be all the more.
See,
They base it on federal and state law, basically, and maybe some local law if they have extra laws locally. So they'll probably, if you don't hear anything at all about it after this, like when the court date actually happens and shit, and she like they do the judgment, I think that for whether she probably pleaded out to something with a very, very low sentence where she's just doing time and counting.
Yeah, I'm thinking that they pin that charge on her just to get her off the streets because it takes 6 months to a year for her to go to court.
Like there was a high profile case here where they tried that
and it didn't go very well. They didn't want to report on it until people started demanding answers, and the guy like bled out for like 3 years.
But
And he got to stay in county, even though 2 years, more than 2 years, he's supposed to go to jail, but he just did 3 county. And they were trying to put him 25 to life.
Well, the article also does not tell you any more details, because there's probably other details why the sheriff's department or the DA's office charged her with murder. There may be a lot more to this story that's not reported that you don't know. And so there could be a good reason why they charged her with murder.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to figure. I mean, you got to think.
He was already really messed up.
I mean, who else was there that told the cops where he got the drugs from? How did they go on?
You know, people rat.
Yeah,
their own charges. Cell phone, text messages, all that shit's gonna be subpoenaed and be put in discovery.
Maybe they were.
Dude, it's like I was in jail. I was in jail when this happened, but down here in a different county that I used to live in, when I was in jail down there, this guy, he lived literally right around the corner from the bar. Okay. And he like go down to the bar every night. So he would go home. He would park his car and he would walk over around the corner to the bar. And everybody at the bar knew him. Well, as he walked through around the corner, the block or whatever, there was a convenience store there. Well, he walked around there all the time. Went to the bar like almost every night, whatever. And he'd walk back home. Well, one night that convenience store got robbed. Okay. Now, before I finish the story, I'm not racist. I've heard a lot of people say that all black people look alike or whatever. Anyway, he was a black guy, and the convenience store got robbed while he was at the bar. He come walking home. The cops pull him over and detain him, put him in handcuffs, put him in the car, tell him he's being arrested. They take him over to the woman. The woman looks at him through the cop car and says, yes, that's the guy that did it. They took him to jail. They took him to jail for leaving the bar. He's got alcohol in his breath. Why would he be running into a store, Anyway, he lost his car, he lost his job, he lost his house. When he got out of that jail, he sued the fuck out of him. Because they finally let him go when they figured out they had the wrong person. He sued the shit out of that company.
Well, yeah, because they falsely imprisoned him. There's lots of cases like that are similar.
They said he won quite a bit of money off them too.
Yeah. There's been lots of people who got later on proven that they weren't the one. They couldn't have been there. And then, a lot of it's DNA, but even some is literally something was odd in the trial and someone's going through old court documents and some shit. They're like, well, there's a lot of inconsistencies here. Why don't we revisit this? And they end up finding another guy who's usually already in the system, and they're the one who did it. And here's this guy who served a decade, 2 decades of his fucking life in prison for no reason.
Okay, but here's my thing is like that county is so crooked, okay, that if they would have done their police work properly, they could have went to the bar, the bartender, the people that see them every night. They could have vouched that, hey, he was here. He was here from here to here. We see him every night. He could have 40, 50 people that he sees every night at the bar. But
if the person tells you where they were under due process, they're supposed to go and find these witnesses through the discovery process. So that's basically suppressing evidence.
Again, this crooked county, they're all about money. And Cody knows some counties really keep people in jail as long as they can and will throw 8 or 15 charges on them because they know that they can't get the money to get out because they get paid for every day that they have someone in custody.
Oh,
So
the
that's
for-profit prisons.
yeah, that's a private prison system, which that's a whole other effed up
Yeah,
mess.
it's
No,
all
our
over,
count,
yeah.
no, our counties get paid.
Okay, well, sometimes the counties, sometimes what will happen is the counties that are full will contract with other counties for bed space, and they'll pay them like $100 a day per bed, so they make a little money. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
Even the government.
our county jails get paid by the government every day for all the people they have in there. And then they'll feed you a fucking shitty breakfast, a fucking sandwich for fucking lunch, and a bag of chips. And they're getting paid $100 a day to feed you $4 worth of shit.
Yeah. Well, because
Yeah,
they're
the bag
accounting
of
for
chips was the biggest treat, and it was probably like the really shittiest chips you can buy, if you could
The
even buy them
apple
off the
is
shelf.
half rotten. Yeah, don't even get me started on private prisons. I've been inside of a private prison
Oh.
before. It's just fucking horrendous.
Do
And you want to talk about?
Do you watch Steve Leto?
No.
Yeah, watch him on YouTube. He recently went over the Cash for Kids scandal, where this judge would be like, he was to some defendants pick a sports team, and I'll tell you what your sentence is in juvenile. He literally put jaywalkers in fucking jail. No joke. This is how extreme it was. This is Michigan, and they the freaking guy, like, the kid said the wrong football team or some shit, and wrong choice. You got like 2 years, when it was like a minor infraction he should have never been locked up for in the first place. Like, he should have just done community service or some shit. That's what, normal judges would usually do, except in extreme circumstances where it's probably like their third, fourth, fifth offense as a minor, because they keep involved. They keep the gang banging up.
Yeah. Well, I've got to get rolling. I'm
All right.
I've been on
Yeah,
this thing way too
same.
long.
I got to get up early too. I'm already talked too long.
Where's Tommy?
But you look up legal precedent, dude. I wish you could do something with that because you're really good at it.
Yeah, I'll figure it out one day. The hell, Tommy
I think you
doing?
really help people, man. I'm just saying. I'm not saying be a lawyer.
No,
I'm not saying give actual legal advice, but I'm saying you could advocate in some way.
Well,
because you were in the system and you know how it is.
Well, reading that Georgia law tonight was like, whoa, like that thing goes even deeper than I thought. Like with the paperwork, what the hell?
Yeah, they write these laws to be catch-all crap. Where, like, I tell you, pay attention to your headline saying, "Hey, we're doing crackdowns on alcohol."
Yeah.
If they're doing that for a week, maybe don't do alcohol orders for that week, Tommy. Just saying.
Do I want to go get a beer.
So, like, because he was saying, because your law has a catch-all, if they're doing an alcohol sting or alcohol operation where they're saying, oh, they're just targeting local merchants, they're targeting you too. You don't think they're going to fucking order off Uber Eats or DoorDash or some shit? They will.
I'm shocked they haven't. That's not a thing. It probably is.
It's mostly because politicians are behind the times, and that's how Uber got so big, and now Uber is like in most pockets of them. DoorDash, however, really isn't like that. Like, yeah, they have lobbyists, but they're not like Uber.
I'm actually looking up on the internet to see if there's any DoorDash alcohol stings. But
look that up real quick before you go. I want to know this answer, whether there has been anywhere in the U.S.
Let's see. I'm looking on right here. This is an I'm looking.
I mean, Uber does weed in Canada. I don't think DoorDash does.
Hell, DoorDash is everywhere.
It's U.S. major. I think Uber is actually more dominant in Canada. Uber
Okay.
internationally is bigger.
So here's
Go
so
ahead.
this is on Reddit. So this is on Reddit from October of 2020. So take it with a grain of salt. Picked up 1 6-pack of brew from Smart and Final, and when I looked at address, it said blah blah Planet Fitness. I'm like, that's funny but odd. When I got there, there was a female waiting for me. Looked young. I jumped out of the car and asked her if she was 21. She said, yeah. And I'm like, let me just scan your ID. I scanned it and it didn't take. So I looked at it and that shit said she wasn't 21 till 2022. I'm like, I can't give you this. She says, oh, okay, well, they want to talk to you. I turn around and it's a fucking cop. Be careful out there. Edit. The cop gave me his ID to scan, so I got paid. So I don't know. So who knows?
Okay. So I'm like a normal sting operation where you can just put it back on the shelf. But, they wouldn't screw the driver.
Let's see.
So, but the mistake that driver made was not physically looking at the date of birth first.
Something.
I can read most IDs in like 3 to 5 seconds.
But
Yeah, but that was
okay,
one.
so this person.
That was one of them
this-
things. That was one of them things that just like when they send an underage person into the convenience store to buy alcohol just to see if they'll do it or not.
Yeah. So they're slowly catching on.
But the thing is, even if you deliver to somebody that is of age and it's all fine, what they might try to screw you on is the regulatory side. So, like, let me see your paperwork. Let me see this. Let me see. I don't have any of that.
Yeah. Like some of these states have, like Georgia has the Department of Revenue, and they have an enforcement side, and as soon as you hand it over, they're gonna swarm you.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're sitting there like a bait car situation. Like they're making you have to be some criminal for freaking legally, selling to someone who's a legal age. A freaking joke. I think the only reason they don't do it is because they're making good revenue off the tax money.
So here's what you could do. This would make some good content on a channel. Call the Department of Revenue and record it and just ask the question directly. Can a DoorDash driver be held liable if they deliver alcohol? Just fucking see what they say. And then record it. There'd be some content. I gotta go though.
All right. See you later. Hey Tommy, you should do that though. Take
That
care.
would be a good idea. Do it.
Are you leaving, Cody?
Yeah, I'm tired. I gotta go. I've been on this thing way too fucking long. So
all right, peace out, brother.
All right, see you. Bye.
Later. I love talking about legal shit, I guess. You should do that, Tommy. That would be interesting. You gotta be civil. Don't get aggressive. Just ask the plain question and record their response. Maybe a follow-up question if they leave it vague. So, like, if they leave it vague, like, can they be held liable? And they give you some vague BS answer saying, okay, well, if this person ended up doing something stupid, can they be held liable? They went and got hurt. Or they went and drove and got a DWI. Can you be held liable for that? Like a bartender would be. I think it's ridiculous that bartenders can be held liable for just a plain old DWI where there was no property injury, no personal injury. I mean, like, you think back in the day, the way they used to process DUIs and DWIs, they wouldn't charge you with it unless you're just being a jackass. You're being belligerent. Then they would, they'd fuck you over because you're being an idiot. But most of the time it would be if you actually caused property damage, like more than hitting a mailbox and ripping up someone's lawn. As long as you went and fixed it, they wouldn't charge you. Or you caused bodily harm, like you got in a car accident and someone got hurt or killed. Uh-oh.
Glenn. Oh,
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't muted. I'm just watching funny shit on YouTube. Oh, Lordy. It was the one where Quagmire finds out this chick's his daughter, and then they go to a Maury tell him he's not his father, and this guy's like celebrating.
That was my son. The one that was playing the video game. He told me he was going home, going to sleep. He calls me, tells me that he found like a $3,000 mountain bike. They're selling for $200. Why are you calling me at 5 o'clock in the morning about shit like that?
Yeah, I really need some sleep because I'm probably going to get like 3-4 hours of rest, and I've been lacking sleep already. So I do need to get up and get my ass moving. Hopefully the hustle of entitlement payday is over, and all those people got their fucking orders, and I won't have a giant headache like I did on the first. Because I went on the first to this Walmart, and every mofo entitlement crowd was there, and a lot of the orders were for them too, because there's like a lot of low or no tip shit. It was bad. I took an $18 single, so the lady tipped appropriately for what her order was. So that's $2 below my threshold, and I got fucked. I freaking dropped it, then it came back up at 22, and I'm like, you know what? It said ready. So I was like, if they don't have it again, it's an ASAP order and don't count against the cancellation rate. So I grabbed it, waited 10 more minutes, and they finally brought it out to me, but it took me 2 hours from start to finish to make 22 lousy bucks. I was so pissed. Because I could have just went north and tried to work Fort Drum, or there was an order that was heading toward there, I think from Denny's, and it's not a weekend, so I wouldn't mind going to Denny's. Just paying $12, so I probably would have been better off doing that. I caught a $37 one earlier, but that one went disastrous because the system glitched. It came up as ready, so I headed over, started doing it, and then as soon as I reopened the app to tell the person what name it was, as I was talking to him, it went from ready to not ready. And I had like 3 other Spark drivers on YouTube tonight tell me that's happened to them several times.
Have you
expect a super long wait if that happens, because the
so
system basically glitches out.
Have you ever tried the airplane mode thing like everybody's talking about?
Yeah, I do it. Just you got to be careful and don't run your mouth. They don't know the difference, and they don't care about the difference. All they care about is getting the order out. That's all management cares about.
Does that airplane mode actually work?
Yeah, if you know how to manipulate it correctly, yes. You have to do it a certain way.
Okay, because I keep getting these text messages saying that I'm approved for Spark, but I'm still waiting on the wait list.
Yeah, you're approved as if your background check cleared, but you're probably waitlisted in your region.
Yeah, I was just getting these text messages saying that I was on the wait list. I was on the wait list. I was on the wait list. Now they keep telling me I'm approved, but I'm on the wait list. So I feel like I'm getting closer.
You have to pick something within a couple hours of you. So they did let me on Syracuse, and I just claimed I lived in Watertown at the time when I applied, and then after I got on, I changed my address to my home address, and they don't care after that. But you can claim like what you should have done was go for some further out town or suburb that's an hour away from you or so, and applied for that region because not many people work over there because there's maybe one or two Walmarts. In my area, it's already oversaturated, but like I know GigWise did that because there's like way further out Walmarts that no one ever wants to go to because there's nothing else down there. Like there's not DoorDash, there's not Instacart, there's nothing. But Walmart decided to do Spark because they want to rapidly expand, and they want to get in front of basically Instacart and DoorDash.
See, I don't want.
They're going after their market share.
Yeah, I don't want to get all into it tonight because it's late. You get ready to go to bed. I'm getting ready to go to bed because I'm gonna try to work a little bit tomorrow. Even though it's my day off, I'm trying to work a little bit.
I heard you can go in and see if you can change your region. You change zone, what they call it, and keep typing in zip codes for Walmarts further out. Not all of them might be on Spark yet, but you'll find one that is. Just have it one far away from you that's not near a cluster of them, and you might just sneak on. And then when you get on, you can just change it back. I heard someone did that and it worked, but I don't know how to do it because I didn't have to do it. Someone's got a YouTube video up somewhere about it, like how to change your region when you're waitlisted, how to change your zone when you're waitlisted. Someone's got to have a video up about it. Like normally I send people to Slavic, but he didn't have that problem either. So there's got to be some YouTuber out there who's done it, or someone who posted at least a video of it. Like maybe they're not a normal gig tuber, but they just decided to post it. That's like, oh, this is how I got a Spark. Really? You better have patience, man. You better have a lot of patience. You're gonna get frustrated.
Here's the thing gets me, okay? Here's what I'm dealing with right now. I go to Spark and I put in like my email address, and then
hey, you should be able to log in.
I don't remember. Well, I don't remember my password. So when I go to password recovery, I put in my email address, and I click continue, and it says could not find your Walmart account. How the fuck how are you?
You better try to remember it, or you're kind of screwed because DDI support's basically useless.
But how? Okay, how are you sending me text messages on my phone if I don't have a Walmart account?
Try to reapply the same email and just change the region. Because that, dude, their fucking shit's been so messed up that you probably can, and they won't notice the damn difference. They just finally got their onboarding back online after like 2 months. They went 2 months without onboarding any drivers. Like in some areas they could, but like mostly they couldn't. I know they did in my area because now it's back super oversaturated. Because obviously, any app's going to have drivers that fall off. Because they figure out, oh my God, I'm sitting here waiting 45 minutes for $12 orders one too many times. They're going to get bit and they're not going to let, I didn't like getting bit on an $18 order, much less a fucking 12 or 7, like the bottom offer $7. Like on food delivery, that sounds great, but you gotta you got to treat Walmart Spark a lot differently. Like,
I'm just saying,
you can get away with an $18 at like 3 p.m. or 8 p.m. at night most times, but don't take it during hustle times because people will come out during lunch, and that's when a lot of people will like try to order like delivery. There's like lots of deliveries during those times, and you can get bit pretty hard. So like, just like the food apps, lunch, dinner, especially 5 o'clock. If it's dinner hour, unless the order is super big, be careful. That's when the batch orders drop. I did take mine tonight. Like it was $62 something, but mine didn't drop until like almost 6.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, I know that when I set up my account, I had to give them an email address. I had to give them a phone number. So they're texting me on my phone number, but then when I go over there, they tell me I don't have a Walmart account. On that
Try to
email.
reapply, but then you have to wait for the background check to go back through again.
I mean, they were text. I mean, I already had to put an email address and phone number to sign up for Spark. And they're texting me telling me I'm approved, that I'm on the wait list with a text message. But then when I put my email address in, it says I don't have an account.
Try to click through one of the links that you got in your email. See if that works, and see if you can recover it that way.
It doesn't give me a link on my text messages. It just says that you've been approved.
In your email. They should have sent you emails too.
I don't even think I got an email from them.
It's usually from DDI. So look up, just like go into your search bar of your email and put DDI, and it should come up. If not, just search the keyword Spark. Don't put Walmart because you'll just pull up everything ever. A lot of spam and shit. You'll be sifting for fucking weeks. Did they send you an email saying, here's your password, here's the confirmation? I know not many companies do that anymore for obvious reasons, but why you gotta remember those passwords. Don't you have what kind of smartphone do you have, bud? You have a Samsung?
Yeah.
You didn't autosave it to the Samsung Cloud or Google?
I just got this phone like last week.
But you didn't transfer your old shit over?
Well, I did, but I didn't.
When you get a new phone, you should copy everything over from the old phone to the new phone.
Well, I did, but I didn't. But here's the problem: the old phone, my wife kind of ran over it, and it's kind of funny because
you couldn't hit the touch screen at all.
Yeah, she ran over the phone and it had screen protector. Okay, I pulled the screen protector off that was shattered, and the screen looks perfect. Okay,
but it crossed the inside LCD.
Well, you could call me. I can hear the phone call. You can text me. I can get notifications on it. The phone works fine. It's just the screen won't show up.
Yeah, because it crushed the inside LCD. It crushed the inner layer. That's what it did. So where it actually projects doesn't work, and the touchscreen is also a part of that integration. So that won't work either.
But I got my new phone. I got my new phone. I got my new phone today. And I told you I got a new account with T-Mobile and a new whole phone number and everything. So tomorrow, I'm going to put that SIM card in the new phone that I got. I mean, my old phone that's new now because I just got it. I'm gonna put that in, and then I'm gonna call Steve and be like, "Hey, how can I do this Uber Eats thing with this new phone number, new phone, new SIM card, new everything, without getting fucking all my shit took together?"
Yeah, I feel. It's gonna be aggravating. I'll tell you that. But the T-Mobile should have been able to get on your cloud. Like, you remember your Samsung Cloud password or your Google account? Like, you're logged into your Google account, right?
I put in Spark and nothing came up.
Look up DDI.
What?
DDI.
DDI?
DDI. Two D's and an I. That's the company name. Walmart bought them out, but they still call it DDI. That's the service that runs Spark.
Yeah, it's okay. I got two of them. One of them says your application is complete. Hey, Tommy, we're working to complete your background check report. Most of it is okay, that was.
Click on the one that says complete and try to log in.
This is March 21st.
Yeah, it don't matter. The link should still work.
All right, let's see. It's March 29th. It says reset account password. A password link has been sent. Requested for this email address. I want to reset your password. See, all this shit was in March.
That don't matter. It should still work.
No, because it says this link will expire in 24 hours. It said a password reset link has been requested for this email address.
Yeah, ignore what it says. It usually works. It's just saying it's the link to your actual background check that they expire because they use Checker. And Checker only gives them so long for you to look at it. So that way, you know, your identity's protected in case someone hacks your shit. And the fact that, you know, it's cheap service, they only pay for so long. But the password links and shit should still work. You should still be able to log in your account. Yeah, there should be a link on there for your actual Spark account, not just a Checker. In fact, I think if I remember correctly, like it was through the app, then it linked to Checker, not directly. Any luck? Give it a couple minutes to send an email. If not, I think sometimes a human actually does have to approve it, and they'll send you one like the next morning, like 8 in the morning. Maybe 10.
No, they text me a code.
Ah, you got it then. Ha ha! Remember your damn password this time. I hate that stupid pin on Branch, but I guess it makes sense because it's kind of like the code for Instacart. But it's the same code every time, and it's not just a randomized one they send to your phone. Which I don't like. Have fun setting up Branch, by the way. If they don't like your bank, you're basically fucked. I spent $28 fucking cashing out my $1,000.
You what?
Spent $28 cashing out my $1,000.
What are you talking about?
Cashing out Branch, if you do the quick pay, because I can't link my bank. I can only link my debit card. Like, they use it's not Stripe. It's Plaid. Branch uses Plaid for the bank for the banking transfer. If you get the banking transfer set up, it takes 5 days to get your money too. So it's like incredibly long time. It's like the old school 3 business day BS. Really, these they're making a fucking killing. Because you know that Plaid set basically is doing that service for them too. So Plaid and Branch are splitting the fucking money every time a fucking Spark driver cashes out. They're making a killing off it. They shouldn't really, dude. No app I know of charges more than $5 to cash out, except Spark. I wouldn't be surprised if Walmart has a class action on their hands down the road, because they own that shit now. Technically, Branch is a third party, but they use that third party. So they're going to sue Plaid. They're going to sue Branch. They'll sue freaking Walmart. DDI technically has to be named.
I just changed my password. It said success. I still can't log into Spark. They sent me
incorrect, right?
They sent me a code to my phone. I reset my password. They said success. Your password has been successfully done. I go over here and I still can't log in.
Click out of the page completely or close out the app and try to log in again.
I did all that.
Okay. So I just wait on it, like I said, till business hours and try it again. Because some of these apps are like, some of these things are just really slow, and DDI is one of those sloppy, slow things. Kind of like Walmart works. It's very bureaucratic. I'll tell you what, Spark works a lot like fucking Walmart, the company, works as far as like working for them. They do treat you way too much like a W-2 worker.
This is keep saying wrong email or password.
Ish. You're gonna have to get on the phone with DDI Spark and have fun getting through to them. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, fuck. I gotta do all that. They can fucking keep their fucking Walmart bullshit.
Trust me, you want to be on Spark. You do want to be on it. It's a money-making app. It's just working around it is the problem.
I don't know if I want to be on an app that I just changed my password. They still tell me I got it fucking wrong.
They take forever to do half of anything. It's super annoying.
I was just saying, I ain't somebody that's got patience to deal with that shit.
I know. You're gonna struggle. You're gonna struggle with the support agents. They have super thick accents.
I just want to get on, make my money, and go. That's all I want to do. And
I know.
You literally just made me change my password. You said success. Now try to log in. And you tell me I got the wrong fucking password. Right here it says success. Your password has been updated. The new password you use the new password you created to log in. Okay, now explain to me why. Okay. explain this to me.
Mm-hmm.
I can't log in on my phone, but when I log in on the fucking computer, this is what it shows.
Hmm.
But it won't let me log in on my phone.
Oh, you have the app already?
Yeah, I've got the
Spark
Spark
Drive.
app on my phone.
The Spark driver?
Yes, I guess. The fucking
Uh,
yes, the Spark driver. See, I just logged in on my computer and it allowed me to come in. See, look. Is this a Spark driver? Right there.
mm-hmm.
But when I try to log in on the Spark driver on my phone, it tells me I ain't got the right password. But I just did it on my computer and it let me in. Right there. To me, that makes no sense. So obviously my password's right. And then they said that I need you see where it said my account needs attention? Hello. You still there? Did I lose them? What's soda?
Mm.
You still here?
Yeah, I'm falling asleep, buddy. I need to get some rest. I'm sorry.
What I was trying to show you is it works on the computer.
I know.
Look, see right here?
Hmm.
It says contractual agreements. I click on it. It says there's nothing there, but it says it needs attention. See, it says it needs attention, but there's nothing there. I don't know what to do. All right, buddy. You have a good night. He gone. Ain't nobody shit themselves. So what are you doing, buddy? I guess it's me and you, brother. All right, y'all. I guess everybody's crashed out at 5:30. So I'm the only one still going. All right, everybody. Y'all have a good night. I'll see y'all later. Nobody's here to talk.